So the first order of business this morning is for the commission to appoint one of its members to be the presiding officer of just this meeting. In the absence of the chair, it becomes necessary to appoint one person to be the chair for just the meeting. So I would suggest that an appropriate course of action would be to briefly discuss and then take action to appoint a presiding officer for this morning's meeting.
Would anybody like to volunteer?
I'll volunteer.
Thank you. Come.
Okay, I would like to
make a motion.
Yeah, make a motion.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Gupta.
I'll second that.
Aye.
Thank you. That was a motion by Commissioner Garcia, a second by Commissioner Nugent. Commissioner Burrows?
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia?
Aye.
Commissioner Gupta?
Aye.
Commissioner Nugent?
Aye.
And Commissioner Serrano Kwan is absent. We do have a quorum with 4 present and 1 absent, and we could proceed with the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and one nation under God, liberty and justice for all.
She's gonna go. Amo.
Do we need a roll call? Madam Clerk, please have the roll call.
Commissioner Burrows?
Aye.
Here. Commissioner Garcia?
Present.
Commissioner Gupta?
Aye.
Commissioner Nugent?
Present.
Thank you. Have quorum.
We'll now open public comments for items on consent agenda and item not on the agenda. This meeting is a limited public forum. All public comments must relate to something that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of this agency. If a comment does not relate to the subject matter jurisdiction of this agency, we will interrupt your comment and move on to the next speaker. As presiding officer of this meeting, I will determine whether a comment does not relate to the subject matters placed within this agency purview. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will first call upon members in person, followed by speakers on Zoom. For in-person comments, the speaker slips are located in the back of the room. On Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or *9 if you are calling by phone. And a reminder, this is for items not on the agenda or items on the consent agenda. And I believe we do have a gentleman that's wishing to speak in person for items not on the agenda. But I also have somebody online. So let's get this. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, I'm gonna call on the person online first and get back to the in-person speakers. I will call on Patricia and you will have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Patricia, unmute your mic and begin.
Mute. Okay, are we good?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak. My name is Patricia Lin, and I live on 14th Street. Later on in this meeting, you will hear from my fellow neighbors on our formal appeal on the project with the county file number PLN 2014.
Ma'am, this is for items not on the agenda or on the consent agenda. We are not on item 2 yet. Do you have a comment for items not on the agenda?
No, it's actually related to the second item on the agenda.
Okay, we'll call you at a later time.
Thank you.
Okay, are the gentlemen in person ready to speak for items not on the agenda? This is your opportunity to do so. Please step to the podium. I'll take your slip afterwards.
Please state your name and start speaking.
Good morning. My name is Brian Musante, fourth generation, Redwood City. Good morning, Chair Gupta and Commissioners. I'm here today because Community Development Director Steve Monowitz's lack of transparency in a material tainted commission hearing October 11th, 2023, resulting in a decision. Steve's testimony was consistently relied on qualifying language such as, in my view, in my opinion, and I think you know. Steve did not litigate the facts, instead suggested wrongdoing by emphasizing issues that cannot be proven, yet are fully lawful under public records retention laws. I have confirmed facts, not conjecture. None of these facts have been disputed by San Mateo County Planning and Building Divisions. In fact, San Mateo County Board of Supervisors District 3 Representative Ray Mueller has reviewed this package. After reviewing just 2 pages of
We cannot hear you, so please be on the mic.
Sorry, Ms. Gupta, Madam Gupta. In fact, Board of Supervisors of District 3 Representative Ray Mueller has reviewed this package. After reviewing just 2 pages of the exhibits, Board of Supervisor Ray Mueller offered to serve as my advocate, stating that the facts are clear and decisive. I therefore formally request that the Commission and Chair review exhibits which conclusively establish that these properties are legal, separate, based on evidence. I request either a new hearing in which these facts are fully considered or a reversal of decision confirming properties as legal, separate, granting an unmerger application. Chair, I can answer any questions you may have. And Madam Chair, can I refresh your memory? In this, you can watch it, it's on tape. If you watch this, you asked several pertinent questions and you had one answer from the lawyer Fox, Tim Fox, about CFC's code of compliance. And he gave you a general answer. But these properties have been legal since 1921. And the code of compliance does not apply to these properties. Right across the street, I have legal deeds. That's what you questioned. You asked Miss Lisa Ozaza. You said, in paraphrasing, well, how does that happen? Asking, how do I get separate deeds and titles to these properties? And she couldn't answer you. That's why Mr. Fox gave that answer. Steve did not litigate any of the information. And what he said to you also, when you asked him, is this something that we just received, the information you asked? And Steve said, oh, we got a lot of information, and moved right on to the proceedings. This is going on since 2018. And at that time, the planning commission, the planning director, senior planning director, Dave Holbrook, was notified that from his longtime friend of 35 years, hey, I've been asked to build houses on these properties. There's clear evidence that there's a building here before. They lied from the very beginning, and in chambers or in other places, I have a form, exhibits I'd like to hand to you that I know for a fact you never received from Steve. May I approach the bench?
Please speak in the mic.
For a fact, I know you didn't receive the 16 exhibits at that time from Steve Monowitz by the questions you had asked. This property is on 3 different surveyors maps, map number 6 of Emerald Lakes and map number 7, the territorial map, the original map that I'm sorry, I'm very upset. The original map that shows the these properties were taken over by Redwood City. I can't remember the name of the not inducted, but they were confirmed. But if I may give you this, Madam Chair, I trust your opinion. I read your bio, and you were the only person who asked questions last time. And if you would review this, and I'm sure that you will find the same, this information, approach.
I can.
Um,
All right.
Thank you.
You'll find the information to be credible.
Thank you. Please wrap that up, your statement up.
I'm sure you will find this information credible. Any questions you have?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will circulate these documents to the commission after the hearing.
Thank you very much.
And with that, Madam Chair, we have no further comments on items not on the agenda or consent agenda.
Thank you. So we close the public hearing at this point. And I would like to ask Mr. Fox, how do we respond to comment at
No,
this time?
under the Brown Act, you're not allowed to respond to matters that are raised during public comment, except to briefly respond or give further information, if any. I believe the statement by the clerk that the material that he provided will be distributed to you is sufficient for now, and the director will follow up in the manner that the department deems appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Okay, so we move on to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll second that.
So this is for approving the minutes from the Planning Commission hearing for December 10, 2025.
Thank you. That was a motion by Commissioner Garcia and a second by Commissioner Nugent. Commissioner Burrows,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Nugent,
Aye.
Chair Gupta.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, so we will now move on to item 2. Madam Clerk, please introduce the project and the planner.
Owner, AAR Paul LLC. Applicant, Karen Wilkins. Appellant, Rusi Yan. File number PLN 2014-00490. Location, 0 East Street, Montera. APN 037-015-090. And your project planner is Olivia Boo.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. Oh, sorry. Hi, good morning, commissioners and county staff. My name is Olivia Boo. I'm the project planner. I'd like to walk you through the project scope, the plans, and the appeal points. So the project description is to adopt an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, approve a design review permit, coastal development permit, and grading permit. The elements of the project is a new 3-story single-family residence with an attached 625 square foot garage, removal of 19 trees, 435 cubic yards of grading, a detached accessory dwelling unit, and road improvements to access the proposed residence. Thanks. So this is a map view of the subject parcel and the surrounding area vicinity. And to show you another aerial view, the red star represents the point where the photo on the right was taken. This is the dead end of 14th Street. And to the left on the right photo, where the greenery is where is approximately where the proposed road access is. And next, to go through some plan set photos. So this is a this is enlarged site plan. So the proposed a portion of the proposed access road is on the right side, and above the site plan would be where 14th Street is. It's a tree removal plan, a tree protection plan. This is the proposed access road, and again, the red star represents the identified the subject tree that's part of the appeal. These are elevations, a left and right side. Apologies for that, the image was too large. The front and back elevations with the proposed, showing the proposed ADU. And this is just represents an image of the proposed house on the left side at the lower topography in relation to the house to the right, which is an existing home at the end of the 14th Street. To go through the chronology, the initial study mitigated negative declaration was published August 2020. It went through multiple coastside design review meetings, September 2020, and correction to the second date, the September 2024. And then finally in October 2024, it was recommended approval. The staff level decision was May 2025. The appeal was filed May 19, 2025, to bring us to today. For project compliance with policies, the project complies with general plan, local coastal program, the zoning district of the S17 with design review, also for grading for section 9296, and then tree removal of 19 trees. And again, a mitigated negative declaration was published. For department other agency compliance, it's conditionally approved by Public Works, the building inspection section, coastside fire protection, and Montero Water and Sanitary. To start into going into the appeal points, the first point was that there's inadequate environmental protection for the heritage tree, which is the Monterey cypress that was identified earlier by the red star. That damage or removal of the tree is a violation of the county's tree ordinance in CEQA and puts at risk the property owner of the tree. And it has the Monterey pine has a low tolerance for disturbance, and work inside the root area could likely result in damage, including, and then also stress of vehicle access may impact the health of the tree. The developer's protection plan seems to conflict with the whole overall project and the proposed road installation, and installation of utilities look like they have an impact on the root system as well. So in terms of staff's response, the appellant's arborist report was based on a level 1 visual inspection that did not include a diagnostic depth analysis to counter the project arborist report, which was done and prepared by tree management experts. It does not cover root zone, include elements of root zone, excavation, internal decay assessment, or account for the applicant, whereas the project arborist report accounts for access road requirements, potential impacts, CEQA, the International Society of Arboriculture, and the American National Standards Institute, as well as property soils. The project arborist report also includes mitigation measures as directed by the project arborist, which are mitigation measures 8 through 10 in the initial study. And the county arborist did do peer review of the project arborist report and confirmed that it does comply with the county protection ordinance measures.
Excuse me, Olivia, are we on a different page or?
Oh, sorry, I did the statements above and chose to explain the responses from staff.
Okay.
Sorry. Just to give you, so these are elements of the subject tree, Monterey cypress. And then again, just to show you its location with the proposed construction project. And then for the second point, and again, I'll be verbalizing the staff's response to this. The first comment was, appeal point was the dead end turnarounds, dead end roads are required for proper access and turnaround per fire requirements to meet specific design requirements. And that the slope that is nearby at the end of the terminus of 14th Street seems too steep to navigate emergency vehicles. Also, there's been no assessment to verify the safety requirements of the impacts of the construction building the turnaround would have on adjacent properties. In terms of staff's response, so Coastside Fire does require the hammer turnaround. Also, asphalt surfacing for the dead end road exceeding 150 feet. The road width cannot be less than 20 feet. Turnaround is required. And then road grades greater than 20% are required to have no parking fire lanes signs on both sides of the roadway extension. Regarding the sensitive habitat, the submitted biology report by the appellant states that roadway additions may encroach within 50 feet or closer to the unnamed creek adjacent to the site. This would be a violation of the local coastal program. Also, that the unnamed creek, the biologist mentions the unnamed creek it is likely a drainage, would be considered an intermittent stream under the LCP and would require a 30-foot buffer. And constructing a road within the buffer zone is not permitted. For the project biology report, site conditions remain unchanged. Oh, sorry, one moment. To continue the appeal points, the Coastal Commission comments in a 2016 letter that the categorical exclusion does not apply and a coastal development permit is required. And the Midcoast community commented that asking the county to explore alternatives other than allowing development within the watershed that flows into Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. The biologist report submitted for the project remain unchanged in terms of biological assessments. No new potential impacts to biological resources are identified or anticipated. The environmental review was complete through the mitigated negative declaration, and biological impacts are reduced to less than significant with implementation of the mitigation measures. A wetland assessment was conducted October 2017 by the project biologists, which also confirmed no evidence of coastal wetlands found within 100 feet of the project site. In terms of the coastal development permit, this project does require the coastal development permit which is triggered by the road extension, and it is appealable to the Coastal Commission. Staff asked for the Planning Commission to deny the appeal and uphold the Director of Planning and Buildings decision for adopting the mitigated negative declaration, approve the design review permit, coastal development permit, and grading based on conditions of approval in attachment A. That's the end of my presentation. I would like to note, Commissioner Burrows did reach out to me, had some questions about adequate fire defensible space because the area is heavy with mature trees, as you saw in the photos, the aerial photos. I did double check in the conditions of approval by fire that part of their requirements are for replanting that would occur for the project, that trees be spaced 10-foot distance between each tree. That helps with the defensible space. And also that existing trees be limbed up 6 feet. And in terms of liability, if the tree were to fall, so there's at least a couple of scenarios. So one scenario is if it falls during construction, it would be a item to be determined by the property owner and the construction person. If it were to fall after the construction, that is it is not, the county does not get involved with trees and tree failure. And county council can also weigh in on that tree aspect of tree failure. I did also want to note that for the project, I believe I've coordinated for the project arborist, the project biologist, and Coastside Fire. I'm hoping that, I believe that they're online as I coordinated with the applicant. And also I know the county arborist is also present to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions for staff? Commissioner Burrows?
Not for staff.
Commissioner Garcia?
I'm kind of interested in hearing from the county arborist.
Sure.
Okay. Commissioner Nugent?
I'm curious for staff, is this project protected by the Housing Accountability Act? Because it is proposing more than one unit of housing.
Is this,
Oh, in terms of the ADU,
Yeah.
that one falls, I know that falls under it's not under the purview by state mandate.
Okay. So it wouldn't, as I think it's like SB 330. So it wouldn't be a Housing Accountability Act project.
Council, did you weigh in?
I haven't looked into the issue, but I don't believe that it would be under these circumstances. It would be protected by the county's ADU policies and state ADU law instead of the Housing Accountability Act. But that's just off the top of my head.
Okay.
Good question. Question I have is that the 290 feet extension, the road extension, is that, who owns that property? Is that county owned?
Actually, sorry, if I can defer to the applicant.
That would be,
Oh, Paul McGregor.
okay, we'll hold on, hold off on that. And the tree, the tree under consideration, the tree number 5?
That is under the property owner at the corner of 390 14th Street.
And tree owner is?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the name handy.
No,
Larry
is that the one who's or the developer who's building the home?
No. Separate,
Okay.
private owner.
Oh, it's the private owner, the appellant?
One of them they're collectively. Yeah.
Okay, so it's one of the
Mhm.
one of the appellant. Okay. Okay. And this and the appellant says this is a heritage tree, and it's not a heritage
It's
tree?
a significant tree.
It's a
Considered
significant tree.
tree.
Okay. Thank you. So you,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what order we may end up doing this,
Okay,
but
okay. So let's have the appellant
Oh.
speak for the, yeah. They have 15 minutes.
And we provided a presentation, if someone can pull that up. See that presentation, is that in front of us? So good morning, I'm Brian Jessup. I'm one of the appellants. Thanks for giving us a chance to appeal and listen to our concerns.
I'm John Kakunda. I'm also one of the appellants.
And my name is Rusi Ann. I'm one of the appellants. Thank you again to the Planning Commission for giving us a chance to address our concerns today. We have some significant concerns around this project, specifically around fire vehicle access safety, the environmental impact, and damage to the Jimenez family tree, the one in question that's on private property. And we would like to go through our concerns with you today because they have not been addressed by the staff report. So the staff report represents the fire commission, the fire marshal, as having approved this project. We asked for documentation of that approval, and they provided this letter. The first paragraph says this review is neither permission nor approval for the final plan. The fire marshal hasn't fully approved this plan, and the letter goes on to state several conditions that need to be met that this project does not meet. All of these conditions are available in the Coastside Fire Standards Manual, which is publicly available. For example, no grades over 20%, period. We'd like to address some of these fire concerns to start. Again, this is all available publicly in the Coastside Fire Department's specification manual for what roads need to look like. This project violates at least 5 of the requirements for fire vehicle access, including standards around the road slope, around the slope of the turnaround itself, and the minimum safe road distance, minimum road width that needs to be met in order for this to be considered a safe access road. I'll go through each one of these in detail in a bit, but I just wanted to show this photo of what the proposed development site looks like. So you can see what it looks like on like in real life, not on just a 2D image. I am standing on 14th Street, and the white truck behind me is on East Street. So you can see how much of an elevation difference there is. East Street is at least 15 feet higher than 14th Street. So this proposed plan includes building an elevated roadway that is going to be very, very elevated above 14th Street. This creates a significant hazard, especially for emergency vehicles. The road grade, as described in the staff report, is going to be greater than 20%. But according to the Coastside Fire Specification Manual, no grades shall exceed 20%, period. This plan to add parking signs, that does not mitigate the road slope. It's a totally separate point in both the Fire Commission's letter and in the specification manual. Parking signs can help with the space needed to turn around, but it doesn't change anything about the grade of the road. That the road is just too steep. The turnaround itself also has specifications. The longitudinal axis of the vehicle going into, through, or out of the turnaround, that hammerhead turnaround that's being referenced, can't exceed 8% according to the manual, which this plan is violating as well, with the road grade being 20%. And the cross slope of the vehicle perpendicular to the longitudinal slope can't exceed 5%. And if we look at this plan in detail, the highlighted portion of the turnaround is 7% slope, which is exceeding the 5% limit. So what's happening as an emergency vehicle would travel through this turnaround, it's being tilted 7%, exceeding the legal limit. And if you look at the contour lines outside of the road itself, you can see how steeply it drops off. It's about 5 to 6 feet because this road is elevated. So we have a top heavy vehicle like a fire truck going through this turnaround, being tipped more than it's supposed to, and could potentially fall off a ditch in 5-6 feet deep off the road, creating additional hazard. The road width is required to be 20 feet wide. The plans, if you look closely, it's showing only 15 feet wide overall. And there's specific requirements around how wide the road needs to be at a fire hydrant. There is a fire hydrant at the end of the street, and it's required to be 26 feet wide for 20 feet before and after the fire hydrant. So I've kind of shown how far the road would need, how wide the road needs to be where the fire hydrant is, but it's not. So this plan needs to be updated to reflect the requirements for safety. We've been in contact with the fire marshal's office, who've reiterated the importance of these safety requirements. And I've also gone down to our local fire department and talked to the firefighters on site. And they said this project does not sound right. They certainly do not want to be navigating these challenges as they're showing up to deal with an actual emergency. And we're very concerned about the safety of our street, especially with fire risk as it is now. And we're asking that this project not be approved unless these safety requirements are met. And I will turn it over to Brian to talk about some of our other concerns now. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. So I just wanted to speak to some of the environmental impacts and our concerns there. So we've included this aerial photo that shows that the stretch of roadway that would be developed is part of a much larger forest. And this just shows the footprint of the proposed development. You can see from this that the amount of development on the public right-of-way, public land, exceeds the size of the lot itself. And this purple line we're going to be talking about is the intermittent stream that's come up in the biological assessments. Is it possible to play this video? We made a video of just a walkthrough of the proposed roadways you can see. So these are big mature trees. These pines on the left would all be removed. These are considered protected trees in San Mateo County. And that big cypress on the right is on the Jimenez property. And we have significant concerns about that tree that we'll be bringing up. So you can see I'm walking down now what would be the proposed roadway for East Street. I'm going to turn and give you a look at this enormous cypress. This was previously considered a heritage tree until there was a change in the tree ordinance in 2024. You can see that it's upslope from the Jimenez home. So if it were to fall and crush their home, that would be catastrophic. Now headed into the forest, you can see that in addition to the 19 protected trees, there's dozens of other trees. You know, the protected trees have been growing there since before I was born. A lot of these trees, the other trees, are also just part of a healthy living forest. The developer at times has presented this forest as hazardous and dying. So I'm going up and showing you the canopy to show you how green and lush it is. Again, from satellite, you couldn't even see the ground through the green canopy. And this big pine here has been managed by the Jimenez to make sure that it's safe. They've had an arborist look at it and maintain it. This isn't just these aren't just trees. This is a forest. It's habitat for wildlife. This is a photo of a red-legged frog, one of only a handful I've ever seen in this area, and that was on the end of 14th Street in the proposed roadway. There's a video on the right. You can play it maybe. This is a mountain lion that crossed the Jimenez back lot, so it would have walked right past, right through the proposed development from the Montero Creek riparian area. Not a protected animal, just amazing to have these in our backyard. And, you know, it's part of the reason that we moved here is to be on the edge of wilderness. So kind of going into the nitty gritty of, can we go back one slide, of the biological assessments. The developer has had biological assessments that mention this intermittent stream that's shown in the image here, this blue line. And they said that they weren't able to actually look at it. The access to the channel wasn't possible due to fencing and no trespassing restrictions. There was also an independent biological assessment that determined that this did look like a riparian area that could contain sensitive habitat. And we think that needs further analysis. Also, because it's within the orange line on the outside of the blue line shows a 30-foot buffer. So you can see that the whole proposed development is within 100 feet of this intermittent stream, which is grounds for appeal to the California Coastal Commission, which is what we'll do if this project's approved. I think Olivia also mentioned that the Midcoast Community Council opposes this project and any development in the Montera Creek riparian area and watershed. I just wanted to show you what it says on the San Mateo County website when you look up the protected tree ordinance. It says these regulations are intended to ensure the preservation of trees, protect our trees, protect our future. And the first bullet says trees of diameter 12 inches or greater are protected. So all these 19 trees that are slated to be cut down are considered protected trees. And it's only kind of when you go into the fine print that you learn that you can just get a permit to remove these trees, and it's really not much of a hurdle.
Pardon me, through the chair, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. In that case, I just wanted to point out that, this isn't really adhering to the spirit of the county tree ordinance for removing all these protected trees. And then one last thing, in the developer's negative declaration, they say this is going to have a less than significant impact on the scenic vista views from existing residential areas or roads. I'm here to tell you, I see these trees outside my home. They define the character of our street, this huge cypress, these huge mature pines that, again, have been there since before I was born. It really is why we moved here, is the being on the edge of wilderness, these beautiful trees. I don't know who makes the determination this is less than significant, but I just wanted to point that out. And here's a video from Larry Jimenez, who's the owner of the adjacent property with the big cypress. And with that, I'll turn it over to John.
Good morning. My name is Larry. We also have 2 boys. Our major concern is the beautiful Monterey cypress, tree number 5, that is behind me here, as you can see, right next to our house. The driveway wraps around, the proposed driveway wraps around with utilities that run through it. It will undoubtedly damage the tree. And our concern is who will be responsible once, in 4 or 5 years, once the tree is dead or falls over on our house. Will it be the county, because the work is done on the county property? Will it be the developer, or will it be the owner? We just don't know who will be responsible once there is damage to the tree. And anyway, it's very concerning, very dangerous. Thank you for your time.
Unfortunately, Mr. and Mrs. Jimenez are currently on a flight and are not able to attend today's meeting, so I'm going to present their concerns on their behalf. And sorry, thank you. Those concerns have to do with significant tree number 5 on the northeast corner of the Jimenez property. There were 2 separate conflicting arborist reports commissioned, one by the developer and then a separate independent report by Bay Area Tree Service lead arborist Ned Patchett. Mr. Patchett noted that the tree is currently healthy and thriving, but cautions that certain activity within the root structure would compromise the health and stability of the roots and consequently risk the tree structure itself. Those activities include, as it's listed there, soil disturbance, soil compaction, grade changes, and drainage changes, all of which will occur should the current construction proposal move forward. Now that's because the tree system, actually I'm going to go back one. The tree system, or the root system of the tree extends the full diameter of the crown drip line as demonstrated here. And the current proposal is to pass underground utilities such as electrical, sewage, water in between the roots using tools such as an air spade excavator, geotextile stabilization fabric, which is a fancy word for just fabric over the dirt, and trunk wrapping. Now, while these are more advanced, these tools will still result in soil disturbances and drainage changes between the roots. In order to avoid damage to the tree, the arborist cautions that, quote, no equipment shall operate within the protective fencing. And that protective fencing is illustrated there along that, that crown drip line.
And pardon, through the chair, you have 1 minute.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to please have a look at the size of this tree, especially in relation to the adjacent downslope home. That's the Jimenez home right there at 390. While the tree is currently very healthy, construction damage to it will weaken the roots and compromise its stability. Note again that the house is downslope and south of the tree. In order to build up 14th Street to that Hammerhead T intersection with East Street and allow height clearance for cars and emergency vehicles circling the tree, which would be a minimum of 9 feet, many of those north end branches will have to be cut, which will create disproportionate weight towards the Jimenez home. Now you add damaged roots and a little northerly wind, and I think we can all see the potential here for a catastrophic event. It's an actual real risk here. So our concerns are mainly about safety, fire safety, tree safety. Currently, there is no approved fire approval. That alone should prevent the approval here. And there are major concerns around tree number 5 that are not being adequately addressed in the current plans. And we all appreciate the need for housing. But as you can see, the deforestation impact proposed here for one house seems like wasteful squandering of part of San Mateo's crown jewel, which is our coastal forest. And it's certainly not in spirit with the county protected tree ordinance that was shown before. I also want to point out real quick, there was a petition submitted with 117 signatures opposing the current project. Virtually all the neighbors in the community oppose it. And I know we can all agree that the county code and regulations are not merely procedural boxes to check. They exist to protect us. And that's what we're asking, for you to please protect the community and our environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the appellant, Ms. Commissioner Burrows? Sure. Yeah.
I have a question for the appellants. Did you calculate what the slope was for the new road that's proposed? You mentioned that it was over 20%.
Yeah, we weren't able to tell that from the engineering drawings.
Okay.
But that was stated in the staff report that the slope would exceed 20%.
Okay.
And the engineering drawings for the turnaround itself, it states a 7% grade in the intersection itself.
Okay.
That 7% is the cross slope diameter.
Yeah.
Where the turnaround would occur.
Thank you.
I mean, I'd be interested in knowing how many more presentations there are, because I'm definitely going to have questions. Just are there more expected speakers prior to?
We haven't opened for public
No,
speaking
not
yet.
not public
Right.
comment. I meant presentation. Like, the
No, we could
county
ask
arborist.
any questions
enough.
of our biologists. Is the biologist and are here or arborist, right?
Dana Riggs is the appellant biologist, or which biologist? Who's the county's biologist? The applicant's biologist.
Okay.
The applicant or the appellant? Then the applicant. Okay.
Okay. So if you have any questions for them, if we don't have any questions for the appellant, then we could start with the arborist or the biologist.
Well, just to clarify, is the applicant going to provide a presentation as well? Okay.
Yeah, maybe we will listen to that one first.
So at this time, if applicant would like to present their, if you have a presentation, you have 5 minutes. 15? Okay, 15 minutes.
Good morning, Planning Commission. I would like to actually have the arborist and also the biologist
Pardon,
answer
through the
the
chair, could
question
you please state your
prior
name
to
for the record?
speaking.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Paul McGregor.
Please go ahead.
I would like the arborist and the biologist to go.
To supplement your.
Yeah, before I do my actual speech.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
County Arborist, we have Natalie Krug. Who is the project arborist? Oh, here.
So are they on Zoom? They are online? Okay.
Hi, my name is Roy Leggett, and I am a consulting arborist, and Paul McGregor had me look at his project. And we wrote a tree protection plan. The tree protection plan is one of the documents that you've been provided. The Planning Commission has considered and peer reviewed. It conforms with our American National Standard Institute published industry A300 standard for how trees are protected during construction. And it addresses each tree affected or potentially affected, 29 trees total. Some of those trees will be removed, as you know. There are 10 of them that are in our report that will not be removed. One of them is the Jimenez tree, which is the tree that the appellants have expressed concerns about. One of the specifications that we have included is use of an air spade, and the appellants have expressed concern about an air spade as somehow not being capable of protecting the Jimenez tree. I am the very first arborist to start using an air spade in 2002 in the entire Bay Area. I've used it extensively. There are many, many others who have also used it, including arborists and landscapers both. The equipment will remove soil by displacing the soil with compressed air. The pressure is below that damages the roots at all. So even the finest hair roots from the Jimenez tree will not be damaged by the air spade. It's not a cutting tool. So the compressed air enters the pores of the soil and expands where it displaces the soil. It's a very simple process. The tool directs the air under very high velocity with a lower pressure threshold. It's called the Venturi effect. It's the same thing that makes jet engines power airplanes. Same exact device. So this is an advanced method, as the appellates suggested, and it's also expensive for Paul McGregor to use. It will cost him money to use because it's a slow digging process. But we suggested it, and he has accepted the necessity of it because we do value and protect the Jimenez tree. So we do not intend on severing the roots where they are structural roots. We don't intend on compromising the stability of the Jimenez tree. And it's really just a simple process of spending a lot more money by Mr. McGregor and taking the time and doing the monitoring that we as project arborists will do. As far as the additional comments related to a quote unquote forest, none of the trees that we've considered or observed on or adjacent to this development site are native species. They're from the Monterey Peninsula, Monterey pines and Monterey cypress. Unfortunately for Monterey pines, there's an introduced disease that came from the American South, and it's called pine pitch canker. And it has pretty much made that an obsolete species. The disease spreads readily and rapidly in the coast areas. It really started in Pacifica and has spread through the coastal area. The photos that the appellant showed of Monterey pine that was allegedly being maintained by the Jimenez family, that does not appear at all healthy to me. It has many dead branches in it, typical of pine pitch canker, killing those branches. So I would not call it a forest unless it's qualified as being called an exotic tree forest, because those are all exotic species for this site. As far as the suitability of the Monterey cypress, they are suitable to the coast. They are able to do well. However, many of these trees have failed. Some are dead, and some are uprooting. So I understand they are regulated, and that's being addressed by Mr. McGregor. The health and safety factors related to those trees, in absence of development, wouldn't affect anyone or be an issue. But with people around, those are not suitable trees to be preserved. So, Mr. McGregor, I think you should probably get the biologist on now.
Yeah, and you have about 7 minutes left of your time. What is the name of the biologist?
Well, I don't know, Mr. McGregor. We need some input from you.
Oh, thank you. Dana, go ahead.
Oh, it's Dana Riggs. Here we go. Okay, it's all yours, Dana.
Great. Thanks, Roy. Can you hear and see me? I don't know. So that's okay. I assume you can hear and see me.
Yeah,
Let me
go
know
ahead.
if not. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Just a couple of points that I want to make about the biological report and some of the statements that have been made. I can start with the forest and the trees that Roy mentioned. They are, so according to Cal IPC, which is the California Invasive Plant Council, trees, Monterey Bay, and I know I don't want to discredit anybody's feelings about the trees. And I understand the values that are associated with that. But according to the California Invasive Plant Council, Pinus radiata, where there's only 5 native populations left in California, and those trees that have been planted tend to be invasive. And so what it actually says is our assessment is specifically based only on population stands or individuals of the species that have become established due to human introductions or reasonably considered to have been dispersed from such human introductions of the species. And so I presented previously to the, I think it was one of the advisory councils, presented a historical image analysis. And I understand that some of the residents in the area, those trees may have been there for as long as they've been there, or as long as they've been alive. They have not been there for as long as I've been alive. But from They were originally planted as a windbreak that overgrew. And up until about the 1990s, they were not present on the property. Monterey pine is a fast-growing species. It has a very short lifespan, so it can grow and die in a relatively short amount of time relative to other trees like coast redwoods and other mature forests. So I just want to make that point that previously, historically, this was a grassland habitat. Up until about the 1990s, when that windbreak started to overgrow, and I could provide additional photo analysis if desired to show that. I really want to speak to the red-legged frog as this site being habitat. You know, I'm not surprised mountain lions might enter the property from the neighboring hillside. We had a mountain lion in San Francisco this week, so mountain lions being present in an urban area is not that unusual. But for red-legged frogs, I did look at the stream that is located, or I should say the gully that is located directly to the east of the property. I was able to see into it. I simply was not able to climb down into it. As the appellants, I think, mentioned, it's about a 3 foot or more drop off. The gully, it's up, you know, we have on this parcel and pretty much all throughout Half Moon Bay, we have this very sandy soil. And so drainages, as water collects and drains down the hillside, it can be, we have a lot of erosional gullies. And so in the matter of the fact that I was not able to get down there and specifically look at pool habitat at the bottom of the creek, I had based my assessment on what I could see of the creek, which was I could see the plants in the creek and I could see how deep it was and how incised it was. And so my assessment was based on that the creek was intermittent as a conservative estimate, since I could not see clearly if there was water present. I actually believe it's probably more ephemeral, but we were content to put a 30-foot setback on it given its incision. But that kind of situation precludes a lot of animals from exiting the creek onto the property. The other thing that I did not note, I understand that somebody saw a red-legged frog there. I've been out there maybe 8 times in the last 8 years. Every time we have to update the report, and I've never seen a red-legged frog, but I haven't done protocol level surveys. But I haven't seen habitat for the red-legged frog. There's not really any kind of refugia on the site. There's no water there other than in the drainage. There's no burrows. There's not like an abundance of burrows or anything like that, particularly when you have an overgrown Monterey Bay pine forest that often can preclude burrowing animals. So unfortunately, I don't see this property as being habitat for the red-legged frog or any of the other sensitive species in the area other than birds. But, and we don't have any, really, honestly, the protected birds that we have in the area, such as raptors, I don't really see them potentially nesting there because it is so close to the urban environment. They tend to nest in more isolated trees. Animals like a white-tailed kite, which is fully protected, tends to be in isolated trees in grassland habitats again. So our assessment was that the property, while it does abut a sensitive area, Montara Creek is absolutely sensitive and likely provides habitat for all of those species. And those species can access the drainage, and we did discuss that in our report. We do believe that, seasonally, red-legged frog, as well as San Francisco garter snake, could access that drainage. But because of the incision of that drainage, because it's so steeply incised, it's not possible for those species to exit that creek onto the property, and so therefore would not likely be present on the property.
Pardon me, through the chair, you have 1 more minute for applicant's presentation.
Okay, great. I'll stop talking. Go ahead, Paul. Thank you for your time.
To address the road as far as slopes go, it does not exceed 20%. The cross slope, which is 7%, is not a factor. Fire has looked at it. They're okay with it. I also have some pictures that I supplied to the county as far as other cypress trees within the area. And this being one of them, which is in Montero Fairlawn View School. You can see the drip line over an existing rain garden. Roots were severed. It was dug out to accommodate the water runoff from the parking lot from the school. This is over a year ago. The trees have not been affected structurally or anything like that. I have a couple of other pictures that they could pull them up of trees on Magellan. You can see that cars have been parking on top of the roots for the last 40 plus years. And all the beachgoers park there every day, all year round, as you can see in the roots in the picture. And I think there's a few more pictures that also show the area. You can see them driving in right up to the trees. The trees, I understand, are sensitive to a certain degree, but these trees have flourished. I've been down in this neighborhood for 25, 30 years, and cars have always parked there. The trees are growing, they're not dying, and they will continue growing. As far as anything else goes with the road, it has to be put in the position it is, but I also had my civil engineer take into consideration to move the road a little farther north to get out of the trip line of the Jimenez tree, and the sewer, water, and the electrical components of the project would be moved out of the drip line area to accommodate any potential risk to the tree. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Burrows?
I have some questions for the arborist.
Arborist is online.
The obviously tree 5 is a flashpoint. And I was looking at the tree protection zones, and if I'm not mistaken, it's the appellant is saying if the tree protection zone is recommended by the appellant arborist would encroach on the construction area, which the appellant arborist recommended a 39.5 foot radius for the TPZ. And I looked through as much as I could of your numerous proposals. I did not see a TPZ recommended for that tree.
Yeah, this is Roy Leggett here. As far as the report that I provided, I've got it open on another screen here, so I'm looking at it right now. And I guess what you're wondering is what the work zone, or how the work zone and the tree interact, and how much overlap there is with the tree protection zone. And
with the construction of the roadway there,
yeah, and that's a legitimate and thoughtful question. I believe that intersection of 14th, where the T is and the turnaround, that construction work is all going to be within the tree protection zone for this tree number 5, the Jimenez tree. Now, what exactly that tree protection zone radius or diameter is, I'm not going to argue with Mr. Patchett about that. I don't think that's relevant. I think that the point of my report is that we want to work there in a thoughtful, careful, and sensitive way. And whether we utilize the drip line, which is traditionally something that arborists have used, or we use a number like Mr. Patchett has proposed, I don't think that necessarily matters. I think that what matters is that the work practices are done in a mindful way. And then we can use an air spade and work around roots and preserve roots. And we won't be trashing the Jimenez tree. So that's the whole point of my report.
Right, but you do need to establish a tree protection zone, correct?
Well, the work practices that we're establishing are irrespective of a number or the drip line. We pretty much are just recognizing it based on the canopy or the drip line. Patchett uses a number, but that's our tree protection zone. In either case, I'm not arguing with Patchett. I don't think that Patchett's unreasonable in terms of assigning a number or a dimension. Whether that's slightly larger or slightly smaller than the canopy spread, I don't think is actually that relevant. I think what is relevant is that we have established the safe work practices and industry standard practices to preserve the roots.
Right, but if the zone goes into the roadway construction area, wouldn't that impede the construction of the road?
Well, the tree protection zone definitely overlaps with the construction of, the canopy or tree protection zone and the road construction area definitely overlap. There's no doubt about that. That's why we wrote a tree protection plan. That's what triggered the whole concept. So yeah, this is an area where we expect roots from the Jimenez tree to exist currently. So we need to work around those, and we need to accommodate the Jimenez tree.
The other question I had was the removal of the limbs, the appellants say, will cause a imbalance in the tree. Further possibly encouraging the tree to fall in the direction of the home. But do you have any kind of opinion on that?
Trees are rarely completely symmetrical. So removal of low branches on one side is necessary for road clearances. Is something that's not done with every urban tree, but it's done with, I would surmise to say, most of them because of roadways or buildings or other competing uses, because these are urban trees and it's an urbanized area or an urban area. So whenever you have urban needs, there's a competing need for that airspace or that volume. So taking off lower branches is very common. We don't see trees falling down generally simply because we remove lower branches. It's a normal practice in urban areas to do something akin to this. So that didn't trigger any sort of red flag in my mind as to creating a problem.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Andrea, you have a question.
Yeah. So this is maybe for the applicant. You described an alteration of the utilities connection for this plan. I'm looking at. Hope I can reference some of the pages from the submission. Page 51 is the road plan that includes the.
Can you put it up on the screen, please?
I can't, but page 51 of the staff report.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me interject. On the original road plan that was in that package, I went and talked with my civil engineer. And so I suggested to him to take and move the road a little farther north to get completely out of the drip line and the root line, so we can give it a little more of a buffer. And then also to make sure that the sewer, water, and electric would not be going through any portion of the roots on that tree.
Right. I just want to know whether this document that we have, 51, reflects those changes or not.
I believe we're trying to pull it up right now.
Yep. This plan is prior to those changes or
Okay,
after
so
the changes?
so this was the existing plan. So if you take a look where it says road extension, where it turns into the hammerhead. So we took that road and we moved it to the north to get farther away from the drip line and from the root zone of the Jimenez tree.
Moved it to the drawing north, not the actual north, right?
The road extension. So if you see road extension, it's going to go this way.
North on the drawing is this way. Okay, whatever.
Okay. If you're
so-
looking at it from my point of view, it's going to go
Yeah.
this way.
That's fine.
Right.
So this is not reflective of what you're actually proposing to.
It is reflective right now, but I went and talked with my civil engineer yesterday to see if there's any way we could move it a little farther north to get farther away from the Jimenez tree, which I believe we're trying to pull up right now. Olivia has a copy of it.
Okay. So your proposal is to do something that's not in. We haven't yet seen whatever it is that you're.
Well, I could actually show it to you on my iPad, but I don't know if you guys want to pass it around to each other. It's essentially the same as this plan, shifted maybe 5 to 10 feet.
Yeah, I mean, it seems particularly irrelevant to the discussion. If there's an alteration of that significance to this plan, that'll affect the appellant's concerns with the tree. It'll also probably cause a reconsideration of the elevation for fire access.
It didn't change the elevation by very much. So, I mean, we can leave it the way it is, but it was a suggestion I made.
I guess it's I'm just saying it's hard to adjudicate on something that we haven't seen. That's all.
Okay, well then I suggest we leave it the way it is, and we can.
Well, I guess the way it is does reflect a number of concerns, and I'd be interested if you have an alternative. I'd be interested in seeing it. I don't know how to yeah.
Ms. Mintier, would you be able to comment on the situation?
I think I'd like to confer with council on what is appropriate given these circumstances and speak in a moment.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Can just piggybacking off of Commissioner Burrows, the tree protection plan. What is the radius for the tree protection zone for this tree? Is there
The drip line?
No. What there's a tree protection plan. There's a zone where you're not supposed to enter. That's part of the proposal. Is there what is that radius?
That would be for the arborist to answer.
And either in this plan or in the alternative plan, where are the utilities supposed to be? I didn't see them in this.
They would be in the center of the road and to the northern portion of the road.
In
So
the cen-
everything would not go through any portion of the drip line or the tree roots themselves.
The utilities would be running.
Yeah, that'd be
utilities would be running to the
water,
center line.
sewer, and also electrical.
Okay, so the road does have quite a bit of a grade. How exactly is the sewer? Is there a pumping solution for the sewer?
The sewer would be an ejection system, which
Okay.
has already been addressed by Montera
I see.
Sanitary District.
And it would be in the center line of the road. Okay. I mean, I would still be interested in seeing what the alternative that you've recently proposed.
And may I add that the water and the power are on the eastern side of the road right there. So everything would be kept as far away from the tree as possible.
Yeah.
Are you done with your?
I'm for now.
Okay.
Go ahead. I mean, I think the applicant is not the one to address that with the arborist, and I think.
Please, go ahead.
I would say that we'd use the same tree protection plan that he proposed for any changes that I may possibly make.
I would still like to confirm what the radius of the tree protection zone is.
I'll let Mr. Leggett answer that one.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Roy Leggett. I believe that Mr. Patchett refers to it as 37.5 feet or something along those lines.
39.5 feet.
39.5 feet. That's fine. We made reference simply to the tree or the canopy of the tree, the drip line. But whatever number is greater, we can certainly utilize that.
The question isn't what the canopy is. I mean, I think that is that's sort of apparent from the photos. I'm more curious about what the exclusion zone that you've set for yourself. What was the radius? I mean, is it?
Oh well, there's one discrepancy I think between the appellants and Mr. Patchett and myself that you should be aware of. They suggested in their presentation, and this just struck me as something very different than what we're doing with our tree protection plan. But what they suggest is that when you have a tree protection zone, then there's no work that's done within the tree protection zone. And they're suggesting that tree protection zone would be the entire canopy or 39.5 feet from the tree. That is not the case with the industry standard or with our arborist report. The area that is within the tree protection zone requires that a project arborist be present during that construction and that work practices mitigate for any sort of impacts. That's what our arborist report does. So we will definitely be working within the tree protection zone that the appellants have identified and Mr. Patchett has identified, and we will be within that doing construction. And that would be within that ascribed distance, whatever it is, to the Jimenez tree. And it's a matter of being proactive and taking appropriate professional standards into that construction site and thinking like an arborist when you're doing the work. So that's why there's a project arborist specified in our report, which will be either myself or my employee, Aaron Wong. And one of us will be on site during this work when work is done within that tree protection area, anywhere around the Jimenez tree. So that's the one discrepancy that I heard between how the appellants characterized the tree protection zone and how it is that we are characterizing it. And their characterization is not according to our ANSI A300 industry standard, whereas ours is.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Yes.
Director Minter.
Through the chair. So the specifics of the matters concerning the roadway in particular would be more closely determined through the building permit process. In terms of the impacts to the tree and the tree protection zone, one of the conditions of approval relates to a tree protection, relates to the inclusion of a tree protection plan, and specifically the incorporation of mitigation measures 8 through 10. I think through the conditions of approval, there would be an opportunity, for instance, for the applicant to suggest additional modifications, such as extending the road construction area further away from that tree's location to address some of the concerns. And that tree protection plan would have to be acceptable to the director.
So are you saying that, sorry, are you saying that the director would subsequently review the alternative plans at a later date? Is
I
that-
believe that is the case at the building permit stage.
Okay. All that adjustment would be on public land. Is that accurate?
I think that
It would be within the existing right of way of the road. I'm not going so far as to call it public land because the legal characterization of the road isn't that it is the county's land.
I see. I guess who would be the governing authority to sign off on the adjustment of the road? Would that also be
For
us?
building plans, it would be the county.
Or for building plans, it would be the county. By the county, you mean the director, or
It would be the chief building official.
the chief building official?
Yeah.
But not having seen that, how will we make a recommendation today on this item?
So you can approve a permit application with conditions, and the conditions can include things to happen subsequently, including further review by others. And that would be the nature of what's being proposed, that you're approving a plan as proposed today, and then in addition to what is contemplated today, if there are additional changes made in order to improve tree protection, those could be proposed to the county chief building official.
Through the chair, can I just get a clarification on what the commission has the power to do in this particular proceeding? Do we have, so it's my impression that this plan has already been approved by the commission. So with the appeal, does this process give us the power to provide additional conditions?
This is an appeal from a lower level decision maker of the county, not the commission itself. So it's not a rehearing by the commission. You do have the ability to consider the imposition of additional conditions if you believe that imposing those conditions is necessary to making the appropriate findings for permit issuance. So it is not an up or down decision of the existing decision only. You can impose conditions that you find necessary to make the decision that you need to make, and to be assured that the project can proceed in a manner that you think is consistent with the regulations.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay.
I'll
We'll come
come
to
back.
that.
I'll come back.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll come to that. Okay. So you haven't, okay, let's go on to.
I'll save for later.
Commissioner Nugent, you have questions?
I don't have any questions right now for the
applicant?
I do not.
No. Okay. So then we go back to if there's any rebuttal from the appellant. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you to the commission. The developer is saying that there is another plan that we haven't seen. No one here has seen this other plan. The developer is saying that the road grade will not exceed 20% verbally, but the staff report explicitly says the road grade will exceed 20%. He says there's fire approval. We haven't seen documentation that's publicly available of said approval that they're okay with a 7% grade. We're asking that all of this be made publicly available. We're asking if there's fire approval, let's have a letter from the fire commission saying all of those points that they laid out in their recommendation letter that's in the publicly available specifications manual, that those are actually met. He also has to widen the road, and he's saying that he's able to shift the road to protect the tree, but how is he going to do that while he's widening it? There's just a lot of conditions that are supposed to be met already that he has not done so thus far. And we have not seen a plan, and we're just asking that this project not be approved unless safety concerns are met.
And the fire department did not say we don't approve it yet. They specifically, explicitly said it is not approved. Now, a conditional approval by the commissioners here would just, in my opinion, open up a passage for a project that could potentially be dangerous. I do want to just respond to something that Mr. Leggett said. An air spade is going to be used to remove soil. And I understand, I think everybody understands what an air spade does and how it works. And I think it's great technology to move soil without damaging roots. But in this specific case, the soil, the proposed replacement of soil is going to be with utilities. That doesn't happen in other cases typically. We're going to be passing sewage, electrical, and water, and that actually contravenes with the TPZ standards. We can dismiss Mr. Patchett's professional opinion, but I don't find that to be wise. They are not showing any circumvention of the tree roots. And Mr. Burrows brought up some great points, and Mr. Leggett responded saying they don't intend to. They're just going to work within the TPZ in between the roots where they plan to pass the utilities. Now, and if the road was moved slightly north, it's still within the TPZ as shown in the current plans. Now, if they're going to have to widen it, it's currently showing, what, 15 feet? And they're going to have to widen it to at least 20. I don't know how currently proposed how they intend to do that and still be able to circumvent the TPZ. Go ahead.
26 because it's across the street from the fire hydrant. It has to be 26 feet wide.
That's right. There is a fire. There's a fire hydrant just to the north end of that road. And then the last thing I just want to say is, please believe your eyes. Okay, that forest has been misrepresented time and again by the developer, and now it sounds like from the arborist that it's basically a dead forest with a bunch of dying limbs and trees. Those trees, as you can see yourself, are very much alive and thriving. Sure, a tree is going to be fine if you remove, a few branches off the lower end, but they're going to have to remove at least 15 feet high for the height of the road, plus an additional 9 to be able to accommodate emergency vehicles. So that's a minimum of 24 feet. That's not lower branches. That's taking half the north side of the tree away. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, just because we have 1 minute left. The arborist mentioned pine pitch canker, and can't remember the word he used. That's a defunct species, the Monterey pine. I wanted to point out it is Monterey pine is native to San Mateo County. One of its native ranges is down at Año Nuevo. While it might not have been here 100, 200 years ago, these are now thriving forests that get along great with native species. There's dozens of native plants here. The trees host dozens of native mushrooms. So it's kind of like the trees might have not been here before, but it is native to the county, and the forest now hosts all kinds of native plants and animals. There are owls that live in this forest and other raptors, migratory birds. The biologist mentioned, the developer's biologist mentioned that this could be nesting habitat for native birds. I think she also mentioned in her report that there was a very nearby observation of a California red-legged frog, a federally protected species.
Thank you. You are the last one to have 5 minutes.
If I can approach and just show one little picture of this right now, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, just to give you an idea of exactly where the utilities, water, sewer, and all that stuff are. We can't get it up on the screen right now.
Don't know what.
No,
Okay, that's fine. And let me just add to the forest situation. If any of you actually went out there and walked the property, you can see there's a lot of dead, dying trees out there, branches falling down. The pictures that were depicted by the appellants don't show the real situation of what's going on inside my property. These trees are pretty much gotten to their life expectancy, which is usually in the neighborhood of 100 years. And a lot of these trees were planted around that time back in Montero. At one point in time, Montero was vacant of any trees at all, and these trees have reached their life cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. So if we have no more further questions, I'll open.
I do have a couple of more questions then. The appellants, do you have your own arborist report, or is it?
The arborist report that was submitted was Bay Area Tree Service. Ned Patchett is the lead arborist.
Are they present here today?
He's not able to be present today, unfortunately. Oh, we just have to go by his report and including the drawings that he submitted showing the TPZ.
Yeah. Then if that's the case, can I finally hear from the county arborist?
Good morning, Chair Gupta, Commissioners. My name is Natalie Krug. I'm the San Mateo County Arborist. My pronouns are she, her. It's important to understand that this project predates the protected tree ordinance that was finalized and approved by the Board of Supervisors in November of 2024. So any review of the project would have been done under the significant tree ordinance. The size criteria of the Jimenez tree it qualifies it as significant, not a heritage tree, as was discussed in the
Could you speak a little louder?
It's very tall. Do you need me to repeat any of that? Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So in terms of review for the project from the county's perspective and looking at the ordinance, all review was done based on the tree site plans, tree protection plan provided by the tree management experts from Roy Leggett, and conforming to what was required by the significant tree ordinance. The standards for tree protection that were provided in the tree management experts report exceeded the minimum requirements of the significant tree ordinance, including requiring the use of a supersonic air tool and air spade, and recommendations for geotextile grids to be used within the roadway surface.
So just to confirm what I've understood, you're saying the tree ordinance changed. This project, because it's been in process for a while, falls under the jurisdiction of the previous ordinance.
That's correct.
And your assessment is that it qualified under the previous ordinance standards.
Yes.
Is that it?
That was Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I have another question. Yeah, I have another question for staff, just because the fire department process was brought up. So it's my understanding that the fire department does not review a project in order to approve it or disapprove it until after a planning decision has been made. And so that the fire department's review happens at the building permit phase. Is that correct? Is that so? We just have heard that the fire department has not approved this project, and so my question is that typical at this stage in the planning and permitting process?
Coastside Fire did review and approved with conditions.
Okay.
In 2024.
Okay.
They will also have an opportunity to review in greater detail at the building permit stage.
And the answer to the other question that you're asking is that it is typical for there to be a process by which a planning permit application is referred to agencies such as a fire protection district for comment and proposed conditions. And then what they issue is a statement of the conditions of approval that they would recommend to be included in the discretionary permit issuance by the planning authority, namely you. So that's the ordinary process. They will typically include in those recommended conditions a number of statements about how other laws, including their own fire code, must be complied with at the building permit stage. And that also is typical of projects such as this.
Okay, thank you.
The planner, you mentioned that the fire, are they online as well? Could we hear from them?
Hello, my name is Tyler. I'm with Coastside Fire Protection District, and I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, I guess to you, what are the plans as submitted seem to have some elements that appear to be in conflict with your standards. Does that coincide with your assessment?
Yeah, so I didn't do the plan review myself, but the review was done and it was a planning case. So we provide comments. We don't provide technically conditional approval or denial. We just provide comments for the planning case. And then when it comes to the building case, we'll specify if it's conditionally approved or not.
Okay. So do you have any comments then?
Our comments are on the planning letter that was, I think it was 2023 actually, is when we provided that letter, and we have nothing further since then.
Is there any way to know which page that's on?
I'm not sure whether the document's provided right now, but it's on the permit portal for that PLN case.
I mean, I was looking through that part, but
the comments submitted by fire
Conditions.
were incorporated into the recommended conditions of approval. I don't
Conditions.
believe that the letter from fire was made an exhibit because we don't typically include that in the staff reports.
So just to clarify, the fire department does not provide an approval at this stage. And so if the fire department were to find aspects of the plan to not comply with the department's codes, say, for example, the slope of the road, the project would not be able to get a building permit. Is that correct?
It has been the case in the past that when a project applicant comes forward with a building permit application and that is routed to fire for their input, and fire notes that if the project were built in that way, it would violate provisions of their code, that we then work with the applicant and the fire department to come to an understanding about how it could be built consistent with the code.
Okay.
So I mean, in essence, it would be denied as submitted, but building permits are often an iterative process where the applicant comes forward with buildable plans and then gets comments back both from our building technicians as well as other agencies. They make changes to the plans in order to comply, in order to get to yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean,
I have one question for Tyler. Could be more a comment at this point, but I've inspected the site, and we all have on video here now, but basically and the renderings don't really show it. It appears the house is going to be kind of put into a forest area. It's a 6,000 square foot lot, if I'm not mistaken, with 2,500 square foot home and an ADU unit. So and we've talked about the trees around there. So it's really concerning to me that the issue of defensible space and the fire risk there has not really been brought up. And I don't know, Tyler, can you tell me what your standards or what you see at this lot?
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the contention, or one of the conditions of approval, is defensible space. That is in a high fire hazards severity zone. And that's actually on our letters, one of the conditions of approval for that. So we would enforce that upon final inspection of the house. We wouldn't necessarily have that on a plan set as far as like an exact landscaping, but it would be enforced upon final inspection.
Yeah, well, I saw that, but I guess if the property and the home are abutting forest land that can't be, as far as I know, can't be removed, and the standard of defensible space is 100 feet, I can't see it, but maybe, that standard's not going to be met that I can see.
As long as it fits in with the realms of Public Resources Code 4291, then it'll pass, which, yes, there's 100 feet defensible space, but it's not complete, wiping of all vegetation. There's a lot of different factors that are involved.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. Comment, sure.
Thank you. So we move on to our public comments. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have one person wishing to speak in person, and that is Bart Draper. You will have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Bart Draper, and I recently purchased and moved into 397 Montera Street, which is the adjacent property to the Jimenez property right at the T. I have some concerns I want to bring up. Since I'm new to the community, I don't have the vast knowledge of my neighbors appealing all of this and such, but one of my major concerns is on the slide, page 51, that you guys were just looking at, and the pictures of the white truck way up the hillside is my truck, and actually the end of my driveway on East Street that dead ends there now. The T will open that up to a full loop. 13th Street and 14th Street are dead ends now, and so is my driveway at East Street, East Avenue, or East Street, I guess it is. It's a small 8-foot road that comes in from 13th Street and stops in front of my house on East. The T will open that up to full loop of traffic, which will drastically change both 13th and 14th and the East Street that's right adjacent to my house. I've also heard of the no parking signs. Everyone on 13th and 14th have small driveways, multiple cars. If there's no parking signs all around East and 14th, that's going to create quite a havoc for all of us current residents. I'm also concerned about the slope of the 14th Street going up to East Street. As you saw, in reality, it's probably almost to the ceiling height of this room. Therefore, to get the perfect slope, they're going to have to start way back and create the right pitch for the road, which then has the side of the it's not going to be like a freeway on ramp. It's just concrete straight up. It's going to have the off leveling, excuse me for lack of vocabulary, but my property, the front of my house slopes down towards 14th, and if they raise that road, it's going to change the topography of the front of my property line, I would assume, drastically. I haven't seen any exact drawings of that, particularly if the developer moves the road over 5 or 10 feet. There's not that much space. It'll change the complete front of my house. I'm all for people developing their properties as long as it doesn't completely impact the existing community. There is a 15th Street on the new developed property is on East Street and 15th Street. 15th Street is a paper street. You know, I would like to see all of this infrastructure done on their side, if it's possible down there on 15th and East, and making this a smaller road, etc. I don't see why a established community needs to be severely impacted for one spec house where the developer is not even moving into. He's going to build it, sell it, and make a ton of money off it and change everything for the rest of us. So I think that's pretty much all I have to say. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And I believe somebody will read a comment on behalf of Patricia Lynn.
Hi, good morning. I'm John Kakunda, and Patricia is not able to be here, so I'm just going to read her comment. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Patricia Lynn, and I live on 14th Street. You've heard from my fellow neighbors on our appeal earlier. We have a petition signed by 117 neighbors opposing this project. I want to reiterate the seriousness of the unresolved issues: heritage tree protection, fire and public safety, and inadequate environmental review and sensitive habitat. First, heritage tree number 5. This Monterey cypress is legally protected, legally protected significant heritage tree under San Mateo County ordinance. It has a trunk diameter of 47.5 inches, and its tree protection zone extends 39.5 feet in radius, as calculated by certified arborist Ned and Colin Patchett. The proposed road alignment clearly intrudes into that protection zone. Construction would require grading, excavation, trenching, and utility installation directly within the root system, activities that arborists, Mr. Patchett, have concluded the tree cannot tolerate. The developer's own plans are internally inconsistent. The tree protection plan conflicts with the construction drawings, and no feasible route is shown for utilities without cutting or circumventing underground major roots. This is not theoretical harm. Damage to this tree could cause failure, pose a life safety risk to the adjacent Jimenez home and family members, and would violate county ordinance, CEQA, and private property rights. Second, fire code and public safety. The project creates a dead-end road exceeding 150 feet without a compliant turnaround, in violation of California Code of Regulations, Title 14. The proposed T intersection is located on a steep slope and has not been independently evaluated for emergency vehicle access, turning radius, or safe operation under fire conditions. And here I just want to put in my own comment that again, that camber at the turn, at the top of that hammerhead T at 7% exceeds what's considered safe at 5%. For a top heavy emergency vehicle like a fire truck, that is a roll hazard. In a high fire risk area, these standards exist for a reason. Approving a design that may be unusable by fire apparatus puts future residents and the existing neighborhood at unacceptable risk. Third, sensitive habitat and riparian impacts. There is a documented discrepancy between biological reports. Earlier studies clearly identify the unnamed creek as an intermittent stream requiring a 30 to 50 foot buffers under the local coastal program, the LCP. Road construction within this buffer is not permitted. The California Coastal Commission has already stated that categorical exemption does not apply and that a coastal development permit is required. Despite requests from the Coastal Commission, Mid-Coast Community Council, and community members, no additional site inspections or public hearings occurred. In closing, we respectfully request that the Commission, 1, conduct a full life safety assessment and impact of this proposed development, 2, require an independent environmental impact report and third-party biological review, 3, reevaluate tree preservation and public safety compliance, and 4, consider alternatives that avoid irreversible environmental harm. This is a request for lawful state and environmentally responsible decision-making. Thank you for your time and commitment to protecting the safety of our neighborhood, community, and coastal resources. And I just want to add for myself, please, if I may, it does seem like there's a lot of attention being given to the fire department signing off. And that is incredibly important to us, the neighbors, whose safety in a fire, should a truck roll over or there become, a very fast, rapidly advancing wildfire, put us at risk. If a truck cannot get back there to put out the fire, the rest of that side of the street could go up very easily. So we are very nervous about that. And then about that air spade thing, again, yes, safe removal of soil, but then as said by Mr. Patchett, that soil disruption puts that root system at risk. So you're going to replace soil with sewage and with electrical lines, and that will damage the root system, according to Mr. Patchett, and put the tree at risk over time. So please make that consideration before you cast your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now move on to Zoom speakers. We have one hand raised. Sid Young, go ahead.
Thank you. I live in Moss Beach, and recently for the Mid-Penn project, which is near 16th Street, actually it's in Moss Beach at Carlos Street, but 16th Street runs parallel. And they are taking out quite a few trees on their 11-acre parcel, but the fire apparatus couldn't make the turn off of Highway 1. So the county fire department, I should say the Coastside Fire Protection District, required them to use Carlos Street for ingress and egress, very narrow street. So the county had to pay $30,000 to erect no parking signs on several blocks of Carlos Street so that they could have no parking along there. However, this week already there's been construction traffic parking on the no parking. There's not any kind of enforcement for parking violations in Moss Beach or Montara because we only have a sheriff's department, 2 deputies on duty per duty watch schedule, and for the mid coast, and 2 for Half Moon Bay, and then 2 for the south coast at any time of the day or night. So whenever there's a violation like that, that would take people away to give out tickets. There's no meter maids. There's no kind of enforcement for any parking. So the neighbors that are worried about the no parking signs, I can tell you already they're being ignored. And the fire department required it in order for Mid-Penn to get their building permit. But now that they started construction for the 71 units, God help us once they start being occupied and the occupants start parking out on Carlos Street, because there's no enforcement whatsoever of the no parking zone. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Chair, we have no further comment.
Thank you. So now we close the public hearing. Commissioners have deliberations. What are your thoughts? Commissioner Burrows?
Some of my thoughts is that we've gotten a lot of non-specific answers that make it difficult for us to determine. And it seems like, that to me, the fire aspect is pretty critical, and we don't seem to have a lot of confirmation on that. I saw the points on the staff report, but as I commented earlier, it's concerning to me that there's the house being put in a high, severity fire zone. So I'd have to consider all those points.
Commissioner.
Yeah. I'm very interested in seeing the alternative plans that the applicant is referring to. I reluctant to without full context. This some parts of this feel a bit underbaked, and just lacking lacking further development. Just if there were some way to review what is more likely to be a closer to finished proposal, I would appreciate that. But we have what we have.
Okay. Commissioner Nugent.
So I've looked just on my computer doing some rough measurements of the looking at the fire department access, the fire access on this road, and it does look like it caps out at 20%. I don't know where it's showing it's over 20% of a slope on the proposed road. So to me, it looks like it's proposed to be compliant with that aspect of the slope. However, the turning radius to get onto the new portion from 14th Street definitely encroaches into the cypresses drip zone or tree protection zone. From my estimate, 25 to 30% of the tree protection zone is going to be disturbed with some cut and a lot of fill, which could be detrimental to the tree. It's hard to know with gymnosperms how they react. They sometimes can take more disturbance, but it could potentially become hazardous. And it's also a tree that's on a private property that's adjacent, which then makes me wonder if something were to happen, who is liable for that based on the construction disturbance. The actual construction that could affect this tree on private property is occurring on, I guess, quasi-public land. I'm not entirely sure who owns the land that the streets are proposed to be added to, or is it a shared collective street for the community, or is it county land?
Could I actually ask the project planner to confirm ownership?
My understanding is that it's a paper street.
What does that mean? Sorry.
So it's
I'll offer some background. When a person proposes to subdivide land in California, they submit a map, and the map depicts where the future streets will go. In the modern day, agencies will, when they approve the subdivision map, often require that the depicted streets be built out by the subdivider as a condition of the subdivision approval. But that was not always the case. For most of California's history, if you submitted a map to the agency for approval, you would merely depict where the future streets would go, and you made no promises to anyone about whether or not they would ever be built. They merely depicted a right of access. You could drive across a a dirt strip that was depicted on the map, and the subdivision map had the effect of conveying permanently to the purchasers in that subdivision the right to travel on the road, but not necessarily any kind of promise about how they would be built out. In addition, you had the opportunity when you submitted the subdivision map to offer to dedicate the land as a public street. But that merely changed the identity of the people who could be on the road without violating anybody's property rights. It basically said, you can Sunday drive on this street. You don't have to actually have business with any of the people who live in the neighborhood. You don't have to be an owner, a renter, or an invitee in order to use the street. So when we refer to something as being a paper street, it means that it only exists on the subdivision map. It doesn't fully answer the question of whether it was offered for dedication for public use, but I suspect in this case it was not. And I will see if I can find the answer as we talk. But what it means essentially is that the owners of the subdivision collectively have conferred to each other the right to occupy that road as a way of accessing each other's properties. It's essentially a private road, for lack of a better word. It's a private road. But the ownership is collective, to use the term that I believe Commissioner Nugent used.
Okay, so most likely collective owner,
Correct.
most likely collective property of the subdivision property owners.
I believe so.
So when the owner talks about it, that we are moving it, what does that mean?
The depicted right-of-way is often wider than the roads that are ultimately constructed. To give an example, I live in an incorporated city. The depicted right-of-way on the subdivision map is, I believe, 40 feet wide, but the street is really only 25. That's very common, and it means essentially that there's more legal right to occupy the land than there is paved surface or usable space. You can move the space that's occupied within the depicted right-of-way in the map all the way up to the full extent of the depicted right-of-way. So I believe the suggestion is that you could align the actual work of the improvements within the depicted right-of-way, but you can't move it outside the depicted right-of-way.
Yeah, if you look at the survey plans or the engineering plans, you can see the property lines of the privately owned properties, and between those rectangular areas would be the right of way that there's flexibility for potential improvements that would go towards creating a street. So I guess the question I have is, this being property that's not owned by the development applicant, who would be liable for this tree falling down if it were to fail over time due to the improvements that are proposed?
In California, a tree is owned by the person who owns the fee simple interest of the land on which the trunk sits. The fee simple interest is essentially the owner of the underlying property right, the underlying land. So if a trunk is entirely on somebody's lot, they own the tree. It is their duty to maintain the tree so that it doesn't violate the rights of others. It is also the duty of every person not to injure a tree in a manner that could potentially over the long term cause a loss of the tree. So who is liable for when a tree falls? It kind of depends on what caused it to fall and the direction that it falls. There is a duty to maintain a tree, but it's also understood that they are living creatures and they do not have eternal lifespans. So we deal with these issues all the time about when it's appropriate to preemptively take action because of a risk of potential injury to somebody in the future. But generally speaking, it's on the landowner.
Okay, thank you. I mean, professionally, I wouldn't be able to say whether or not this tree would survive the improvements that are proposed currently, given the amount of disturbance that's shown in the drawings. to me, it's a toss-up because it's really is difficult to know what the drainage patterns, how they're going to be affected, and whether there's going to be a significant loss of aeration to the soil where the improvements are proposed. So there is, there's a not a minuscule possibility that eventually this tree could perish due to the proposed development. If the road were to move to the east, it potentially would reduce the amount of disturbance to the root zone, at least where the root zone has been designated by arborists. However, it's really hard to know what would happen to this tree over time. As far as the other concern of fire safety, like there's a very limited change that you could do for the layout of this intersection, just because you need a certain amount of turning radius for the fire truck. So the actual radius is not probably going to change. Potentially it could be shifted over, but then you run into potentially removing additional trees or different trees and requiring a different assessment by the arborists and biologists to know what would happen in that scenario. Again, the other thing that I personally am toying with is that, having a project potentially lead to the long-term decline of a significant tree like this is not illegal according to our codes. So, I'm not sure where as a deciding body where we can make a decision on this, knowing that, according to the planning staff, this is an approvable project, or it's in compliance with our codes. I guess what I'm asking staff is like, what is our leeway here? Like, where are the bounds of like what we can determine in this appeal? Because according to staff, in the recommendation is that we deny the appeal. But I also do believe that while fire safety is probably going to be something that can be figured out if it's not completely within fire safety requirements at this point, just based on the engineering plan that's provided, it seems like it's doable to create something that the fire department will approve. However, I do think that as it stands, that tree on the adjacent property is likely going to be quite at risk of eventual failure due to the significant grading that's occurring within its root zone. And so I'm not sure what we can do as a body in terms of, is it something that we can say, no, this project is not acceptable, we can't approve it because this tree could potentially be at risk? Because that's really the sticking point that I have for this project. The removal of the other trees is a little bit harder aesthetically. Obviously, it's really disappointing to see the removal of these trees, but they're also as a species, I'm more familiar with the current ordinance. They're not protected species. They're actually encouraged to be removed just due to their kind of just the health concerns of many of the types of trees. The Monterey cypresses, while not native to the area, are generally a tree that's neither encouraged nor discouraged in the coastal zone. It's just kind of a in-between tree as it is. But the Monterey pines are encouraged more or less to not be planted, and you can fast track a permit to remove Monterey pines just due to their unfortunate disease risks. However, this is a site that the neighbors are quite comfortable with in terms of the beauty of it that they garner, and so this is going to disturb a fair amount of existing forest cover aesthetically. I don't know, I can't speak too much to the biology of the site, but yeah, my concerns are that focus primarily on that 40-inch diameter cypress in the corner of the adjacent property's lot. So what can we do as a body?
The role of the Planning Commission, as the role of the Design Review Committee, the zoning hearing officer, all of the land use functions of the county are directed toward ensuring the orderly development of private property in the unincorporated area. And that is done through the imposition of regulations that are, to the extent possible, uniformly applied throughout the zoning districts. When the county has zoned a property to be residential and has allowed the subdivision of land with the intention of its future development, for the most part, the decision-making turns into not whether to allow development on a parcel, but how. There are occasions where properties become undevelopable for various reasons. And there are regulatory policies that can have the effect of rendering a property undevelopable in order to preserve, for example, critical habitat for endangered species. When that is identified, our local coastal program has occasionally had the effect of determining that private property is not available for development that was planned back in the teens, 20s, 30s of the 20th century for future development. The existence of a tree on a property, or the potential impact to a tree, the potential impact of development to a tree, is generally analyzed by the department from the perspective of how can we design a project that allows for the development and maximizes the potential future lifespan of the tree. We have avoided, for many reasons, allowing these questions to turn into a binary question of, can you build at all in light of where this tree is? If a person has the misfortune of owning a property that has a significant or heritage or now protected tree in the dead middle of it, at the same time that we have zoning regulations that say that setbacks from property lines shall be X number of feet, et cetera, et cetera. So the net effect would be you could not build a house on the parcel and also preserve the tree. We have allowed the removal of the tree. Because to deny the removal of the tree would be to effectively take the private property rights of the owner to develop it for a house that they had planned. But we rarely encounter a situation where it is that binary, and we work with our existing regulations in order to design houses around those limitations imposed by existing resources on the parcel, including trees. So we have not recommended as staff that the Planning Commission or board deny development on a parcel on the basis that we believe that the development, if built, could have a future impact on the lifespan of an individual tree. I'm struggling to think of examples that might have even come close to that, but just in general, what we do is we require that the projects be built to make it as unlikely as possible that the tree will be impacted by the development. And that, I believe, is what is reflected in the staff recommendation here.
Is there any precedent as far as like staff or deciding bodies coordinating off or requiring as a condition of approval that only a certain percentage of a drip zone of a protected tree or can be disturbed, or is that not something that I guess? Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm not an expert in the same subject matter that you are. I don't know what a reasonable value to set that number to would be, and I don't feel like I'm suited to make a statement on that.
Mhm.
On the other hand, your comment about the do as much as, like, to the extent possible, provide protection for existing trees while it's still allowing for further development. It seems like there is potentially a plan that would allow us to do that, to sign off on that. But unfortunately, it's not been entered into our packet. We don't have access to the document. I know it's been submitted, but it's not been formally submitted to the body that for our review. And I would love to be reviewing that plan right now. Is there some way where we can properly accept the submission of the new document and then review that?
It is always a possibility for the commission to decide to continue an item on its agenda for lack of information that it believes is necessary to come to a decision. You can specify what that information is. You can say, I'm unprepared to vote to approve the project as submitted today because I need to see this other thing. And that has occurred numerous times over the course of many years of the commission's work. So that would be the tool for doing it. There is, however, some need to ensure that the regulations that we impose are administered consistently across projects. And there's kind of a division between discretionary functions performed by the Planning Commission and ministerial functions performed by staff. So for example, we do not generally bring building plans to the Planning Commission for their consideration. We bring things that look to the public a lot like building plans, like elevations and architectural drawings, et cetera. But for various reasons, the question of how well a project aligns with adopted regulations is both a function of the Planning Commission at a macro level, but a function of staff at a micro level. So it's also within your purview to say that you will direct the planning director to review a submitted plan. We've done that in the past to align it to make sure that the requirements that we're imposing on a particular project do not vary too greatly from the adopted regulations that the Board of Supervisors has imposed.
One element about this, as described to us, the plan, this altered plan would adjust the position of the road, which should alleviate concerns, or should potentially will alleviate concerns regarding the tree. We don't know. We haven't seen the plans. The relocation of the road would put the road closer to the riparian zone, which I don't know whether we would start encroaching on that. We don't know. We haven't seen the plans. If the riparian zone adjudication itself is something that the planning director could take care of, or if it's something that would be brought to our attention regardless, it just seems like we're missing context for making this decision. Yeah, that's my statement.
Can I suggest that it doesn't appear that we're going to be able to put together these conditions that we ask for a continuance?
Any commissioner can propose a motion to continue the item, and if it has 3 votes, it will be the action of the commission today.
I move that we continue this item.
I kind of just want to hear your position. We haven't heard from you.
I'm sorry.
I was happy to see the applicant working to improvise on the access road or whatever we call that, uh, to make it more more conducive to what the appellants want. And if we can somehow include that condition so that that is brought up at the building permit time, then we could go that route. That was my thinking. Yes, there are some vague things in there, but those will come up at building permit time. So that was one thought that I had.
You're effectively saying we
And then
altered. I'm going to paraphrase it. Hopefully,
then go with the recommendation
I
of
see.
the staff, along with those additional conditions.
Do you know what you would say for what the conditions would change to?
Something along what Mr. Fox was saying, that we could say that the director reviews those, planning and building director reviews the new plans. Or did Director Mintier, did you had certain wordings for that?
I don't think I had certain wording, just that that could be, I mean, that I believe is already provided for in the way the condition of approval is stated. It would allow for the applicant to make adjustments to the plans to provide for more greater distance from the tree in question, for instance, and that those would be reviewed and would have to be accepted as adequate at the building permit stage.
If we could add that, if we could bring that as a motion and see how that.
Well, if I may, I mean, there is a motion proposed. I don't know that it's been seconded. The motion could be withdrawn or a new motion could be made in the view of the chair. But since there currently is pending a motion that is awaiting a second on continuance, I think you need to find out whether or not there is adequate support on the commission for that action before proposing a new motion.
I can withdraw my motion. Yeah, I withdraw my motion then. Thank
Oh,
you.
I see. Okay, sorry.
Just a matter of
Okay.
procedure.
So through the chair, my thoughts are kind of between the two. If we were to continue this, I would want to have a specific deliverable from the project applicant in order to determine, what it is that we're going to be looking at. Say a new roadway design that provides X percentage less, or a maximum of a percentage within the drip line of the tree, a disturbance, and then we could review that. Or if in lieu of that continuance, providing a condition of approval that requires a certain percentage. And again, unfortunately, I'm eyeballing the, but we need to be specific. Otherwise, they could move it 2 feet and be like, "Hey, look at what we did. We did what you asked."
Right.
And again, I'm not sure beyond the actual potential health and hazard of that tree. I'm not sure within the appeal document whether there's other things that we could focus on, because some of it is a little bit like, well, the fire department will be the ultimate determinant of whether or not it is a safe access road, which they won't be able to complete until this process is done.
Yeah.
And the project engineer is basically required to provide the fire department with something that they can approve.
I think I'm on a similar page as
Yeah.
you. I'm in favor. I would be supportive of either approach, but the subtlety is in what the condition is that we add on it, whether we do a continuance or we do a modified conditional approval. Unfortunately, I don't feel qualified to make a suggestion. Like I don't want to make that motion.
Would you be able to specify those conditions, Commissioner Nugent?
Yeah, I mean, again, it would just be going on a professional gut. It would be like 20 or 15% maximum of the
Yeah.
protected canopy drip line could be disturbed. And again, I don't know if that's feasible. And then if it's not feasible, and then the project applicant comes back and says, well, we can't do that because we can't get the road to work within the existing right of way, then we're kind of back to square one, where like it otherwise complies with county regulations on a approved parcel for development. And so I'm just trying to figure out what we can manage to do specifically.
I would recommend not putting a number there, saying going by county regulations.
I suspect that if you say going by county regulations, staff has concluded that it qualifies completely.
Correct.
as submitted.
Yeah, I feel that they are more qualified in that respect.
Yeah.
This is a question for staff. Can we bring our arborist back up for questions, or are we done with that opportunity?
It would be the discretion of the chair about whether to continue.
Okay.
Would we have to open public comment again, or
no?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot. And if you don't have an answer for this, I completely understand. But in terms of large, mature Monterey cypresses, is there generally a industry standard for root disturbance percentage where the health of the tree becomes more likely to be compromised? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that question. Again, Natalie Krug's county arborist. The answer is complex because there's a lot of factors that go into play in terms of how a tree is impacted by soil disturbance and root disturbance, slope aspect, wind direction, prevailing wind directions play a large role into that. In general, rules of thumb for best practice would say somewhere between 20 and 25 up to 30% for some species of trees. So it can be incredibly variable. It also depends on where throughout the root protection zone those impacts are occurring. Is it several areas around the tree? Is it isolated in one location? Are you actually removing structural roots, or are you displacing soil and fortifying a structure around that area? So I know that's not very specific, but
no, but I appreciate the answer. Thank you. Within the plans, it looks like portions of grading are happening within 10 feet of some of the trunk and in the closest part.
There was a amount of grading quoted within the plans, but I think that number was restricted to the property itself. I suspect that level of grading necessary to put the road together would exceed what was quoted. I wouldn't mind confirmation of that point. There's a statistic listed for the grading alteration. It was 435 feet. That number is for the property itself, or does that include the level of grading necessary to construct the road?
It's cumulative for the project.
Includes the road.
Yeah, so I would have to ask the applicant if he can just provide a further breakdown of,
Okay.
a general breakdown of what portions to what.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Now go for it.
I mean, overall, what I would like to see is the road improvements and grading to be moved away from that Monterey Cypress as far as possible. But I don't know how to provide that as a condition.
Yeah. I very much wish we were reviewing the altered plans that have been described to us, but have not formally been submitted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I keep going back.
Given the additional potential need to reroute the plans to other agencies, to the extent that they might have proposed conditions to make, I'm really hearing that I don't know that it's possible to craft a condition on horseback that will accomplish everything and result in a project that won't be subject to denial by other agencies. It does sound to me like if you want to review the plan so that you know what it is that you're approving, that a continuance is probably your better option.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it make sense for us to apply some deliverable to that continuance?
You can give direction to staff. It isn't really possible for the commission to give a direction to a private party. You either approve or disapprove permits. You don't give direction to private citizens. But what you're doing is essentially directing staff to bring back this item for a future hearing after the applicant has submitted a more detailed plan for siting of the roadway, addressing the concerns raised in this hearing.
Okay. So
Yeah, what I would like to see, and I'm not sure how to compose this as a continuance, but I would like to see a new engineering plan around the intersection that reduces the grading impacts to 20% of the drip zone of the Monterey Cypress that is on private property adjacent to this proposed improvement. But I'm not, so I don't know if it's feasible, but if it is.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd agree to
like
a
to see a
specific
new
percentage.
I mean,
You're not, by taking this action, binding yourself to approve the project if it does meet those parameters. It's not a conditional approval that you're issuing.
Yeah.
You're really just signaling to the applicant that a revised project alternative that has these parameters would be more likely to achieve 3 votes if it's brought back to the commission.
Yes. And what I would like to see is the drip line of the tree shown on the plans and the area, the square footage area of the drip line that's disturbed and not disturbed be provided on the plans so that we can better assess what the actual extent of root disturbance is going to happen to that to that tree.
Yeah.
That's the information that I don't have. So it's difficult for me to assess, how severely impacted this tree is currently.
You can make a motion.
This one's hard. I would like to make a motion to continue this review, this appeal review until we can see plans that provide information on the actual percentage of root impact to the subject 40-inch diameter Monterey cypress on the adjacent property, and personally would hope that any new plans that are provided reduce the amount of impact to the tree's drip zone.
If I may offer
Sure,
a friendly
please.
adjustment,
Yes.
I would suggest that the way to phrase the motion is to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Okay.
To allow the applicant to make a further submittal of a project design that addresses the concerns raised by the commission in today's hearing.
Yes. Can I just make that motion? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. That was a motion by Commissioner Nugent and a second by Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Burrows?
Aye, and just to confirm, it's a 47.5 diameter tree.
Commissioner Garcia?
Aye.
Commissioner Nugent?
Aye.
Chair Gupta?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
We'll take a short break, 5 minutes.
Oh, I might have clicked that on accident. Okay, sorry. Dante Silvestri, go ahead. Okay, I'm gonna move on to Sid Young. And we'll come back to Dante one last time.
I only had my hand raised because I couldn't hear the whole beginning since you guys got back from your break. And I just now started hearing it. So you had something, your volume was turned off in the room or something. I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Our apologies. I defer to council how we proceed.
I think you should just ask Mr. Silvestri if he has any comment and then
Okay.
move on.
Mr. Silvestri, let's try again.
I just be clear, you're asking if he has any public comment to be made on this issue. I think that was for his benefit. I think you're
Oh,
sort of,
with the mic. You're right. You're right. Yes. So Dante Silvestri, if you have a comment, go ahead. Okay. It looks like he doesn't, but I do have other hands raised. But given that there was audio issues, should we go through all the hands?
Yeah, you should accept public comment from anybody whose hands is
Okay.
raised now.
It was just about the audio, if you can hear me.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the last hand I have is Dan Haggerty.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I couldn't hear a single word. The audio is completely out. Disturbing. I call your office, you get a voicemail, nobody answers the phone. I call the county, they transfer me over to technical services. Nobody answers the phone. I mean, I think there needs to be people answering phones. So I didn't hear anything. I have no idea what you said. You know, it's a problem. How are you going to deal with it? That's all.
Thank you. And there are no virtual hands raised now.
I believe I saw Dante Silvestri's name cross the screen here
yeah,
quickly.
he commented that he couldn't hear anything as well.
Yeah, but I assume he's on.
They were calling because they couldn't hear.
So,
Yeah.
okay. So close the public hearing.
Well, maybe it's worth just giving one final opportunity to reiterate. We're in the public hearing session for item 3 on the agenda, which concerns the applicant's Smiling Dogs and their request for an agricultural use permit. We're still in public comment. I appreciate we were muted before.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So right now the recommendation is here on the screen, and we are now taking public comment for item number 3, the Smiling Dogs permit application. So if there are any hands for that item at this time, we will take your comments. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you. So we close the public hearing. Any deliberations?
I had some questions. Or a quick question.
You have a question for start. Okay.
So yeah, where they talk about red-legged frog and garter snake and pond turtle surveys. Given the fact that this has been operating unpermitted for about 5 years now, that might greatly impact the survey or the results of the survey. So I would, I guess I would ask, can we do surveys, another follow-up survey after the initial one at a certain amount of time, or Can that be done?
I believe that could be at the purview of the planning commission to add that as a condition.
Okay. I would ask that we consider that. Also, given the proximity to San Gregorio Creek and the potential, I'm not saying it's, happening, but potential for contamination in the creek that flows down to the beach. I'm just wondering if there can be water surveys done as well. And particularly fresh in my mind is the 2022 toxic algae bloom in the San Gregorio Lagoon. So I'm a little, I would hope as a county, we would want to make sure there's no contamination happening. So I don't know if water surveys can be done by the county or.
It could be a condition of approval for the applicant to complete water samplings. I don't know offhand the county department that would do that if it were being asked of the county to do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Any question, deliberations?
I just have a comment. I did read the Greenfoot Hills letter regarding water testing and the pickup of dog poop. I do see, like, based on the site topography and where the exercise fields are shown, they almost entirely flow into the watershed from those fields. Almost entirely flows into the irrigation reservoir for the agricultural fields downstream of it. And to me, I'm not hugely concerned about the dogs, but the Greenfoot Hills letter had requested that the applicant provide monitoring services over time while this operation is occurring. I'm not sure if that's something that I necessarily want to impose on both the county and the applicant for this, but that's just something to make note of. I'm personally ready to approve the project.
Pardon me, through the chair, I know you closed public comment, but I did receive a slip right now from Peter Markey, the owner, if you would like to hear him speak. For this item, yes, for item 3.
Yeah, since we were having some
Yes.
audio issues.
The owner.
Right.
Oh, the owner of the property.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. To answer your question a little bit, I said the way the topography is with the I'll call it a dog park. I said there is a grassy filter strip between the agriculture pond, and with me in the past of all the years of farming with complying with our food safety program, we had to test our reservoir regularly, and it's always passed with really with good healthy water. And there was years ago, I don't remember what group it was, but there's 2 groups that test the water of the creek by the bridge, and the water is very healthy. But just to let you know, but there is a grassy filter strip between the agriculture water source of the reservoir and the smiling dogs and the practices that the dog does today is actually greater than the practices that we used to do when we used to graze cattle on the hillside. So I see it going in a safer direction than the practices of agriculture that we had done in the past. If there's any other questions, I'm here to answer. I farmed that property since 1978 when I graduated from high school.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have any question?
No, I'm also ready to make a
Mr.
motion. I just want the text up. I'd like to make a motion that the planning commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration, approve the after the fact coastal development permit, plan agricultural district permit, and the agricultural review permit and kennel permit, PLN 2021-00-432, making the required findings and adopting the conditions of approval in attachment A.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
So can we have the condition about a follow-up testing on the red-legged frog and the garter snake and pond turtles?
Can we add that?
If there are 3 votes to do it, yes. Once the motion's been made, the person proposing the motion could ask that the vote be called on the matter, and then it would have to be to amend or add to the conditions of approval would require essentially that a majority of the commission support the change and then a vote on the changed item. I'm probably not being very clear.
Are you suggesting that we need to decline the motion that's been put
No.
forward and seconded, or are we making a first vote on the amendment? To
2
that
things
motion?
can happen. The person that proposed the motion to approve can either accept it as a friendly amendment and then people can vote the way they wish on the item. Or if the person who proposed the motion doesn't want to accept it as a friendly amendment, then you can actually hold a vote on whether or not to amend the question before you before voting on it. So I'm sorry, I've lost track. Who is it who proposed approval?
I believe it was me.
Okay. So it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to have a vote on your item or whether you're willing to accept the friendly amendment.
I'd be interested in a vote for the
With the amendment?
for the amendment. No, I'd like we should vote on whether the amendment goes in as well.
Okay. So the way to do that would be to for Commissioner Burrows to propose to amend the item, and then you hold a vote on whether or not the amendment is added to the motion.
Yeah, I propose we amend the motion to include red-legged frog, garter snake, and pond turtle survey follow-up within a year after the initial survey.
Okay, so now there's a question of whether anyone seconds the motion to amend. If there is,
But the same person, we already had a motion and a second.
this is considered a subsidiary motion, and so now we have to find out whether or not there's at least one other person on the commission that supports the amendment to the primary motion. And so if no one seconds Commissioner Burrows' motion, it fails for lack of a second, and then you hold a vote on the motion without the amendment.
Understood. You had a Commissioner Burrows, you had a item, 2 things to amend. You had added something more?
At this point, I would just ask that the red-legged frog, garter snake, and pond turtle surveys be followed up on.
I would second that.
Okay, so now you hold a vote on whether or not there is a majority of the commission that supports the amendment.
And can you please define what that would entail? Like not Mr. Fox, Commissioner Burrows. What exactly are you proposing?
I'm proposing that the same type of survey that's part of this proposal here be
reperformed within a year?
reperformed within a year, yes.
Is that then question to Mr. Fox? That is something we can.
Yeah. Any
That is
amendment.
within our power to ask.
You can impose it as a condition. It does. There isn't really a mechanism for bringing it back to the commission if it's not performed. Can you give me a second?
Yeah.
Through the chair, while they're discussing, I do want to note that in the staff report, the packet, a biological assessment by Coast Ridge Ecology had determined that the project does not have any impact on sensitive vegetation or habitat resources. And that with proper mitigation as recommended by Coast Ridge Ecology and the CDFW, the project will have minimal impacts on wildlife species. All recommended. Yeah, this is within the staff packet. So just discussing what has been done during this review process, that it had already looked at whether this project impacts sensitive habitats, and Coast Ridge Ecology had determined that it does not. And so this would be an additional,
Conditions?
no, this is just part of the review process
Review process.
that the planning department had already done with this project application.
Okay. Okay. So I think Commissioner Burrows is saying that they should repeat it, like have another survey in a year's time.
My point was that it's been operating unpermitted for 5 years, so we don't know what kind of what's been taking place with that. So just to make sure that we're protecting the species involved, I think it would make sense to make, to see what if the year makes the difference or not.
I guess my question would be: are you proposing? Are you proposing that in the meantime there's a termination of use of the land? So yes, okay.
No.
So the land is being used in a particular fashion, has been for a while, and you're saying
As far as we know.
as far as we know, we're checking again in the year.
Yeah.
But nothing's changing. I mean, nothing. The survey will be. You're asking for the survey to be reperformed, but none of the other facts on the ground are ostensibly going to change.
I don't know if the facts, as I said, it's been operating unpermitted. So if the new conditions are in place, if that's going to create a change in the
Also,
habitat involved.
they will have to renew it annually anyway.
The use permits are not typically renewed annually. They usually have a term. So one of the questions I think staff might have is what form this review would take and what the consequences would be if there were a delay in submitting the reporting, because that can happen. But I think at this point there is a motion on the table to whether to amend. It requires 3 votes to amend.
Okay.
So if you conduct a vote, we'll see whether or not the amendment is effective. And then if it is, you'll vote on the totality of the item.
I see. Okay.
Through the chair, may I be allowed to speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to point, just relative to this discussion, condition of approval number 11, which is a mitigation measure 1 from the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, does call for focus surveys to be done. This was a mitigation that was put in place with consultation from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and also stipulates what would be the next steps required if there are found impacts to these species. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is that mitigation or condition already proposed in there.
Do you have it in front of you?
It's condition of approval number 11, recommended condition of approval number 11.
Okay.
I will say it is for California red-legged frog and San Francisco garter snake only, though. Yeah.
Not the pond turtle.
Right.
So should we need a vote?
Yes. And the vote is on whether or not to amend the primary motion to
Okay.
include the new provision.
Commissioner Burrows,
No.
Commissioner Garcia,
No.
Commissioner Nugent,
No.
Chair Gupta.
What are we voting?
On the amendment that, based on what she said, I don't think we need to
Okay.
do anymore.
No.
Thank you. Motion does not pass.
So now we vote again. On
So now we go with
Yeah.
the original.
Yes.
And has anybody seconded the motion, the original motion?
you did.
Okay, I just can't remember. All right. Cool.
So for the original motion, the maker was Commissioner Garcia, and the second came from Commissioner Nugent. Commissioner Burrows,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Nugent,
Aye.
Chair Gupta. Thank you. Motion carries.
Sorry for the delay.
Okay. We'll now move on to item 4. Madam Clerk, please introduce the project and the planner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Applicant is San Mateo County Planning and Building, file number PLN 2025-00232, and your project planner is Camille Leon.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long meeting. I'll try to make this more brief. So just to read the project, it's consideration of an ordinance repealing and replacing chapter 8.256 non-coastal and chapter 28.1 coastal of the county ordinance code, and adopting related zoning text amendments for various zoning districts for consistency with the new ordinance. The new ordinance will regulate development within the design district of unincorporated San Mateo County. Oops. Just to refresh your memory, Bayside Design Review areas are Devonshire, Palmer Park, Emerald Hills, and Plant Coma. So that's what we call the Bayside area, or non-coastal. As far as coastal, it's mid-coast areas. It's probably what you're most familiar with, but there's also areas to the east, as shown on the slide, and areas to the south that are not in the mid-coast, including San Gregorio and Pescadero. The purpose of the ordinance is to revise the design standards. They're admittedly subjective, and in order to be enforced with state streamlined housing projects, they have to be objective. So we've been sort of turning a blind eye to them for things like ADUs. And then also to streamline that process, the design review process, and to make the process ministerial outside of the coastal zone, where currently there's a Bayside Design Review Committee that makes the decisions on the projects, and an Emerald Lake Hills Design Review Officer. So those will no longer be needed, be replaced with staff level ministerial review. And then the project, which is the ordinance update, also introduces an exceptions, since it's more of a checklist ministerial review. There will be times where a project, meets most of the standards, but not all of them. And a ministerial process would cause us to fail or deny that permit. But an exceptions process would allow for some exceptions with substantial compliance with most of the standards. And also a major exception where there's a project that doesn't want to comply and they would go through a use permit process to see whether they can be granted that exception. The project also makes other updates to address the Coastside Design Review Committee's feedback and also public concerns expressed on the coast. So just to be clear, the discretionary review for design review projects on the coast side will remain the same by the CDRC. So in the mid-coast, the project would require story poles for larger projects, increase the size for exemptions for projects. Currently, projects 150 square feet or less are exempt. That would be increased to 500 square feet for projects. This would apply a consistent height measurement throughout the mid-coast. Currently, it's different depending on the zoning district. Most people are familiar with the residential measurement, so that residential measurement will be used throughout, which is measurement at every point of the building from grade. It would strengthen light standards and it would impose design review standards on small projects that we could not currently enforce. With these are projects that don't require a building permit, like exterior painting and lighting. We had those standards, but there was language within the ordinance that said that we could not enforce the standards unless there was a building permit associated. So this gives you an idea of the table of contents and how the overall ordinance is changing. There's an exemptions section now added where exemptions were sort of regulated by staff outside of the ordinance. There's a new ministerial section. Discretionary review remains there, but just for the coast side. The sections all striked out are now folded into the discretionary review, which was appropriate then, but somehow had its own section numbering. Includes the building height, consistent building height measurement, adds a recommendation section for subjective standards that could not be made objective. So just to keep those in the minds of those designing projects. And then also adds the design standards in a table format where they were listed out and sort of repetitive for every area of design review in the county. So just quickly, the exemptions section specifically lists out, sort of staff practices over time that were not codified, which is the over-the-counter exemption process for super small changes that would not affect neighbors very much, and a formal exemption process that has sort of minimal posting notice requirements for smaller projects. The big thing that it does is that it increases the exemption threshold on the coast from 150 to 500. The 500 square foot threshold is already in place on the bayside, outside the coastal zone. There are some caveats to the 500 on the coast side, which is that the project has to meet setbacks of the zoning district and must be under 16 feet in height. Otherwise, it goes through the regular process. So this table shows what the current ordinance process is and what the updated ordinance process would be. So for state streamlined housing, it's already a ministerial process, but we have not been applying standards because the standards had not been objective. So with the updated ordinance, ministerial review will occur with objective standards. For non-state streamlined housing, such as single family and additions, it's currently discretionary review with objective and subjective standards currently, and the standards would now be made objective and the, right, so this is non-coastal. So it would go from a discretionary review to a ministerial review, removing the hearing requirement in the areas outside the coastal zone. So for the coastal zone, streamlined housing projects, currently ministerial, no standards applied, would now, we would be applying objective standards. For non-state streamlined housing, like single family housing and additions, it would remain a discretionary review, but with clearer objective standards more consistently applied. This is the section that of the ordinance that would require story poles. It would exempt projects. So there was a lot of story pole discussion. This draft ordinance did go, I should say, this story pole issue was discussed in detail at the CDRC level for the coast. And the CDRC recommended that smaller projects be exempt from story poles, to not place that burden. It's a cost burden and time burden on smaller projects where it would not have that much of an impact. So they recommended, and also staff may have further refined this, that projects 800 square feet or less that meet the setbacks and are less than 18 feet in height, or constructed on the ground floor, or even on the second and third floor, but there's no change to the roof line, that those projects do not need story poles, and also projects that are not visible from the street or residences within 50 feet, because story poles wouldn't really be seen by anybody. So yeah, there was a large coastal support for story poles, because the county had once required them. And then we realized that we didn't really have the legal authority to enforce story poles. So we went to kind of a poster demonstration of scale practice. But people really liked the story poles because they could see it from their windows, and they could see the scale relative to the land and to their own houses. So they wanted us to bring that back. In terms of building height measurement, it copies the same building height measurement, which is measurement at every point along grade throughout the structure, which was not the case. So was the case in the S17 in the residential districts of the Mid-Coast, but not the case for C1, M1, RMCZ, and EG, the El Granada Gateway. So it would apply that consistent height measurement in the urban areas of the Mid-Coast consistently. The W is already measured that way. So I added it to the list because that happens to be one of the districts in the urban Mid-Coast. Okay, so as I discussed before, there's some standards that we have currently that could not be made objective. And now they're included as recommendations. Those are some of the climate change standards about siting a structure for passive heating and cooling. It's hard to do a pass-fail on that one. And then privacy and view impacts are things that were very hard to measure, especially from off-site areas. It's very hard to make quantitative and objective. So those remain as recommendations. Also, there's some standards regarding like not having a prominent street-facing garage. We found that could not be often enforced, as you'd have to have a very wide lot in order to not have a street-facing garage. So just want to explain the table format of the standards. Currently, it's just a long list divided by area. So now we put all the standards into one table with the area of application in columns to the right, with the exception of ADUs, which is a project type. The other columns are areas. So the standards would apply to ADUs in addition to those requirements of the ADU ordinance. And there is some conflict sometimes, in which case, if it relates to design review, this would rule over the ADU ordinance. And I'll show you where they are. The areas highlighted in blue are the ones that are new to the area. So where they were once implied in one area and not to another, if they made sense to apply to the area, we applied them. So I'm just highlighting the main changes in terms of the standards. There's a standard that said in transition areas to limit the height of structures that are adjacent to rural and open space areas. So really that only applies to Montara because of the adjacency of the areas relative to El Granada or Miramar, the other areas. Montara's really has you can see the areas in green are agriculture. There's two pockets of like a blue-green that's just south of the pink area, and there's another area within the orange area. Those are public recreation. So they're just kind of interspersed with the residential, where this becomes important to bring down the eave of structures onto a shared property line with those areas. So in terms of compatibility with surrounding buildings, the CDRC would say, kind of make a determination of whether the project would be compatible or not. But as to how they found the project to be compatible or incompatible was, harder to determine. So we wrote the standard very specifically to use either a common form, color, or material to have a sort of linear compatibility. In terms of building articulation, there's a requirement to do either wall or facade articulation every 20 feet. I should also add that previously there was either articulation or daylight plane. So now both are required. They have to comply with daylight plane and articulation. In terms of privacy, the only standards that really touch to privacy are windows, sill heights, and roof decks, and they would not be allowed on non-conforming setbacks. We clarified the roofing reflectiveness standard, which is really only just disallowing white and metallic coatings. The biggest change that the public wanted was more light standards, exterior light standards. So it still keeps the standards requirements regarding shielding, downward directing of the light. It limits soffit lighting, which is the lighting underneath the roof eaves, because there could be kind of a spaceship effect when there's too many lights in the soffit. It prohibits flood lighting specifically. It limits the color rating, so it makes it requires projects to use like a yellow-based light versus a blue-based light. And I have a next slide. We'll show that better. So as you can see in this diagram, the area that's in the gray box is the yellow lower Kelvin color rating. Currently, the draft recommends a 2200 Kelvin rating, which you can see is kind of like an orangey yellow, while a higher 3000 rating is more of a lighter yellow. It's sort of the upper end of yellow where it almost goes to white. So we did have further discussions about this. There's been public comment, and staff supports an increase of the 2200 for single family residential. It would, I think a lot of current residences would have a hard time complying with the 2200 Kelvin requirement. And as I stated earlier, it's enforceable without a building permit. So if anyone changes their bulb and it's too white, or say it's yellow, but not yellow enough, it's closer to white, like on the higher end, then that would be considered a violation. So it's best to use the upper limit that we can, so long as it's still within the range of yellow. In staff's opinion.
What is the rooms?
It seems pretty white.
So you think does anybody know?
So do you see that 4000?
Yeah.
It's sort of bluish white.
No, I mean, I see in the picture,
Oh, okay.
but given that there is ambient lighting in the room, it just seemed more relevant to compare to something that,
Yeah, this seems white.
So does anybody know?
Well, this would be whiter. This would be higher. It would probably be between 3500 and 4000. And if you just like think of an incandescent light, that's what we're talking about. That's what they're talking about here. It's like an incandescent light.
The only thing I'm aware of is that 3000 Kelvin is the maximum level for dark sky.
Oh, perfect. Great. So our current requirements, a lot of people use our current requirements as the same as being dark sky. But I think the association is more not direct. It's just downward directed. We don't have a color rating requirement at the current point in time. So this would bring us closer to the dark sky definition if it's a maximum of 3000. Okay, so moving on to the grading and hardscape section, there's a current standard that says buildings shall conform to natural topography. And as you can see, that's kind of subjective. And minimize alteration to natural topography, also subjective. So staff wanted to put in some very objective standards, which is for new ADUs, just to use the existing driveway if you can, especially if they're side by side. It prohibits flattening of natural terrain of 50% of outdoor areas if your lot is 20% or more sloped. So don't buy a sloped property if you're going to go and flatten all the areas. Also prohibits hardscaping of more than 50% of front. I think we changed that to front yard or out. There's a little unclear. We'd like to hear from Planning Commission if you think it should be 50% of outdoor or 50% of front yard. But staff plans to further clarify that, perhaps between Planning Commission and the board. There's also a standard that speaks to also, buildings shall conform to natural topography. So specifically, the standard would read prohibits garages with more than 50% of its height below grade on lots with 15% or more slope. As you can tell in this diagram here, if you start the garage below grade, which is that top diagram, then you start with the garage and then you go up the slope with the house, and maybe you step up or maybe they're on the same level, but you're cutting a big chunk out of the hill, which is represented by the yellow. That's the top one. The bottom one is where if you steepen the driveway just a little bit, not too steep because there's a 20% slope limit, you start the development higher up on the hill and then you put the house behind it, and overall your grading in the yellow, it will be a lot less than if you started the garage below grade.
Yeah, the picture that's you're using to depict this, it's 50% of the front of the structure, or is it 50% of the volume?
It radiates backwards behind the garage because they put the house behind the garage.
All right. Does the lower garage image conform to your standard or not?
Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
Because I read the text as 50% of the volume of the garage, and that doesn't look like it does.
So long as less than 50% or less of it is below grade.
Of what?
The garage below grade.
50% of what?
50% of the garage height.
The garage height at the front of it, the garage height
of the front of it. Sorry,
Okay.
yes. Correct. The front of it. Oh, so I can clarify that. All right. So hopefully that's clear. And then there's another one that's there's a standard that says prohibit raised building pads. And also buildings shall conform to natural topography. So in the top one, you'll have a big platform basically spanning the distance between the high point of the grade at the back of the house and the low point of the grade at the front of the house. And they just want to put on like a completely flat house on a steeper hill. And so they built a platform, a raised building pad. So there's already a standard that says step the design of the structure down the hill or up the hill. And that would resolve that raised building pad issue. Or you can build a crawl space or a basement, and in which case at least it would be articulated and not just look like a big cement slab. So that's intended to illustrate that. Just also in terms of the public review process, we did bring this to the Bayside Design Review Committee in 2 meetings, to the CDRC in 3 meetings. We, just working meetings, just looking at every word of the standards. Created a project webpage that's been at the top of our homepage for at least a couple of months. And then also went to the Midcoast Community Council on October 22nd. And there's been some further comments from the public and from members of the MCC, mostly pertaining to the color rating issue, and just some overall questions. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors to determine the project is exempt from CEQA, adopt the ordinance repealing and replacing the design review regulations on the coast and non-coastal areas, adopt a resolution directing staff to submit the ordinance to the Coastal Commission for certification on the coast, and to adopt a resolution amending the fee schedule for the ministerial process requires a new fee and the exception process requires some new fees. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Camille. Lot of effort has gone into it, and it shows. Questions?
Yeah.
Questions?
How given you described how there would be an adjustment to the process of submission. I think obviously exceptions would still show up, and those would be escalated either through planning director or to a commission like this one. Do you have any comment about how many of our previous plans that we've reviewed in the last, say, I don't know, 6 months, how many of those would have been affected by the change in these ordinances? Either because they would have fallen under a ministerial approach, or they would have triggered an exception and been escalated.
I don't think it's going to affect our reviews very much. It'll affect the clarity of how the applicants interpret the standards. It'll affect our consistency and application standards. They're the same standards. The only thing is that if you need an since now it's more of a checklist process, like where the CDRC would say like, oh, you've got most of them, you don't have this one, but I can understand why, like where they can make a decision right then and there to say like, oh, these standards we're not going to place, we're not going to make these so important. They would have to go through the exception process for that. And the CDRC is authorized to make exceptions, but they would have to state like, I'm making an exception to this standard. So it just kind of makes the process clearer and kind of more orderly, I guess.
Commissioner Nugent?
I guess just to continue what you just had discussed or just had mentioned. So if there's a project that for some reason would have difficulty complying with one of these objective standards, what is the process? I mean, I guess it's not a variance. It's just like the community development
exception. Yeah,
just
there's
exception.
a minor exception and a major exception. So they comply with everything, and they're just missing one, and they're missing it just by a little bit. Then that can be made by the decision maker. But if it's like, well, we don't want to place the garage so high up on the hill. We bought a flat lot. We bought a slope lot, but we want a completely flat driveway. And staff doesn't quite agree with that, then we're going to call that a major exception. They're going to have to get a use permit and come to the planning commission.
Okay.
And they're going to pay the use permit fee on top of the design review fee they already paid.
Okay, that's helpful to understand.
Commissioner Burrows?
My questions were answered in the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I had a question about, are these going to be imported into Acela, or are we still using that tool for permitting process?
Acela is still the permitting process. It's not going to change that. It's just going to change the zoning regulations PDF. So it's going to change the design review chapter. It's going to be taken out. A new one's going to be put in.
Right.
And then it's going to change actually 3 other just little text changes in the residential areas of the urban mid-coast, just to require, because it still had the daylight plane or articulation when now we're requiring both. So just to clean those ones up.
Right.
But it's not going to change our permitting system or anything like that.
Yeah, but the new regulations or whatever change, new regulations that will come out of this will be imported into
the zoning regulations.
Right.
Yes.
People, whoever goes into Acela, they should.
Well, it's not Acela. Acela is the permit portal.
It's for the permit.
Yeah, Acela is just the permit portal.
Just the permit.
But so it won't be in Acela, but they'll be in our the county code of ordinances or the county code. It'll be in there. It'll replace the design review section.
Okay.
Yeah.
So permit is separate from
Yes.
what we are doing
Yeah.
here.
The only change is that the permit type will be different. You'll still see the case. You may not see the case, but you'll see it in there as a ministerial permit, say on the Bayside, versus a discretionary permit.
Okay.
But you could probably still look them up in the permit portal. Yes.
Okay. So what is the next step from here?
So staff may make some little further refinements, but based on the feedback provided here, and then bring this to the Board of Supervisors, ideally with your recommendation, it would go forward. If not, then we'll continue to bring this back here. And then after that, it would be approved on the Bayside. So we would not then have a Bayside Design Review Committee anymore, or a Emerald Hills Design Review Officer anymore. And so that change would take effect. And then on the coast side, we would have to wait for the Coastal Commission to certify the document. And then once certified, it'll take effect on the coast.
Okay. And is there a timeline for it?
Yeah. I was planning to go to the March 24th Board of Supervisors, assuming that a recommendation is provided today.
Okay. All right. So now in the correspondence, there was discussion about going to this 3,000 K lumens because fixtures are hard to find for the 2200.
Yeah, it's pretty low. It's pretty orange, but we can take public comment because I think they're waiting in the waiting to speak. If you
right, but have you heard of that kind of problems with
I have
with people filing for permits?
Yeah, it limits the amount of
fixtures,
exterior light fixtures that you can select from.
Okay.
Because some don't go that low.
Right. Okay. All right. But we are not changing anything in our design review documents or standards.
We are. Yeah. Yes, we are.
We are?
Yes.
Because there was some
we're making them better. We're making them more quantitative, but they're based on the current standards.
No, for the lighting.
Oh, for lighting, we're adding a lot more requirements.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So where do we go from here? Okay. Now we open the public comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have one person wishing to speak in person, and that is Mark Din. And then we do have 4 hands raised on Zoom. Mark, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Din. I am a CDRC member representing the Moss Beach Commission. I just want to commend the staff for spending a lot of time reviewing these things. As a commission, member or committee member, I should say, one of the things that's come up consistently is about story polls. Story polls not only are an indicator of mass, but also trigger the neighbors to understand that a project is coming. And I think Commissioner Garcia mentioned, will this change projects? I feel like it will change a majority of projects that have come to the commission, the committee in the last 2 years I've been a member, as most of them have just provided a visual representation and not completed the story polls. You guys may appreciate this, but most of the public comment that we get will center around things that aren't necessarily under our purview. So it'll be things like parking, fire and safety, things that we by, charge are not focused on. We're focused on design, apparent mass, placement, a lot of factors that unfortunately public members tend to want to come to us because it's their first really kind of opportunity to comment on a project. So story polls would help us and help us focus in and hopefully really kind of allow for a more collaborative communication between the project sponsor, and project owner and the community at large. So really appreciate that the staff listened to this and listened in a lot of committee meetings about, from the public and from us about our concerns and considerations around this. So I want to support that. Last comment I'll make is I know that we're doing this for state regulations to make what we do more objective. We're doing design. I'm not sure how objective design really is going to be, but I can definitely appreciate trying to make what we do more clear and concise in its application. So I agree with doing that, but calling them objective, at some point, if it's 100% objective, then essentially it should be a ministerial review, honestly. But I believe in what we do, and I believe that there is some discretion there in applying the guidelines and standards that are outlined in the both the zoning ordinance, which references the design review standards. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now move to speakers on Zoom. I will call on Lenny Roberts, followed by Steve Terry. Lenny, please unmute and begin.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. You had a really long meeting, and I was very frustrated that I wasn't able to participate in the prior item. And I wasn't going to speak about this one, but I did realize that there's a really important aspect of planning that hasn't been incorporated yet into our regulations, and that is bird safe design. And we could certainly start with the Coastside Design Review guidelines. Glass collisions with birds colliding with glass take a staggering toll on birds each year, and they threaten common and rare species both. They see their surroundings differently from people, and collisions with glass, according to the American Bird Conservancy, kill up to 1 billion with a B birds each year in the United States. There are solutions that are aesthetic, flexible, and are synergistic with sustainability goals. And so particularly, this is applicable throughout San Mateo County because we're part of the Pacific Flyway, where migratory birds use and stop along their migration routes. But particularly on the coast where we have glass facades facing the ocean, it's really important to have bird safe designs for those particular locations. So I would hope that staff would be able to modify to incorporate bird safe design standards into the proposed ordinance before it, I know you have more opportunities to make amendments to it before it gets past the Board of Supervisors and on to the Coastal Commission for certification. So I would just ask that you consider putting that bird safe design standards into the CDRC's regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on Steve Terry, followed by Dan Haggerty. Steve, please unmute and begin.
Okay, I just found the unmute button. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Planning Commission, for hearing this. And I want to say my name is Steve Terry. I live in El Granada, which is on the coast side. Most of you probably already know that, near Princeton Harbor in the coastal zone. And I should say that I was one of the original folks that was working with Supervisor Gordon back in the late 90s to put together design review standards initially back then, when it was in response to an urgency interim ordinance because the county was getting overwhelmed with complaints about construction. And so this whole effort was to make everybody happy and get both sides to agree on everything. So everything was sort of negotiated. All the design review standards were negotiated over 12 sessions with the supervisor. And we came up with what we're updating today. And I have to say that the work Camille has done on all this stuff is really, really amazing. Bringing all these things up and adding more to it. I'm very appreciative of that. I also, I came in earlier, but I had to leave. But I gave you each a copy of a letter. You should each have a copy of a letter that Midcoast Council wrote regarding lighting. And this is where the community has got together repeatedly on lighting issues. And I think Camille mentioned this like one of the big issues on the coast. It always draws the most people to Midcoast Council meetings is when there's lighting issues. We had a bad situation with the fire district where their lighting is still out of compliance today. But then we sort of got better at that, and the El Granada Elementary School has really phenomenal lighting, and we're very happy about that. And regarding the lighting, there was a proposal here to allow the temperature to go up to 3,000 K. And I think we should. I think I would urge you not to adopt that, because the 2200 K number is what our street lights are here in the neighborhood now, and it's what the El Granada School is using, 2200 K. And so this has kind of been a standard that we've been creating, and also this number has been reviewed by all the different communities along the Midcoast, unincorporated Midcoast, and this issue has not come up before. So to bring the issue up just in the last week, and the justification being offering homeowners a more practical range of fixtures, I don't think that's a justifiable cause to step back on a number. It's like saying, oh, well, somebody said they want to have 10-foot ceilings on our house, so we want to add 2 feet to the building height. That's a big thing. And so I think if we want to make a change such as 3,000 K, that it should go back to the communities and let them review it. I mean, even, for example, the CDRC had opportunity to comment on that and didn't when they did their thorough review. So I would urge you not to adopt that 3,000 K standard. And as the letter indicates, that there's many of us here trying to create a lighting ordinance for the Midcoast. And that's an ongoing effort. And we still hope to be able to do that. And maybe that's a better forum to consider 3,000 K lighting. Certainly the world is going toward warmer colors. So there's going to be more and more fixtures available at these warmer temperatures. So that's where I want to say, possibly, I'm not sure about this, I'm not a bird person, but Lenny's comment about bird safe design, my understanding is the warmer blue lights just confuse birds really badly. And I would think, I don't know this, so I'm maybe speaking out of knowledge, but I would think the lower temperature would be better for birds. And those are all my comments. So thank you very much for listening to me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I will now call on Dan Haggerty, followed by our last speaker, Sid Young. Dan, please unmute and begin.
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Dan Haggerty. I'm a 37-year resident of El Granada. I served for 13 years on the Midcoast Community Council. I want to thank you for allowing me to comment today, and thank you, Camille, for all your good work in the planning department. I want to be very strong. I want to be very clear that I believe that the 2200 K requirement should stay in place. It is true that the International Dark Sky /IES approved are 3000 K or less, but it's also true that on January 28, 2021, the board wrote their policy of recommending, and I'll read it, IDA recommends that most lighting installations use lamps rated at 2200 K based on evidence that these colors have less impact on the environment. Also, Soft Lights Foundation recommends 2200 K lighting. Yes, Steve was correct. 2200K is known to be wildlife friendly. If you're calling out wildlife friendly fixtures, they will be 2200K. Also, Steve mentioned the street lights are 2200K. So, this would be more of kind of a harmonious element. Yes, the El Granada School is 2200K, and it's very, very, very beautiful. Please come at night. Come to the coast side at night and see how soothing and appropriate this is for our rural sensitive area. Yes, the industry is behind the curve a little bit, and they will be offering more and more in the near future. More varieties, more styles. Yes. When you're at the cafe or out the coffee shop, please pick up one of these real estate magazines, because typically the featured photos of these nice homes for sale are usually lit up with 2200K because it looks good, looks so good and relaxing. And in return, this relaxing feel sells houses. I want to, last night I was coming south on Highway 1 around, the Montara Mountain. And when Montara, the town of Montara opens up in view, it's beautiful. You could see all the hills, and the majority is lit up with 2200K. The street lights, the interior lighting, it's very soft and a beautiful view. Nobody would argue it's not a beautiful view. Even though there are a few obvious, outstanding, very bright lights in some areas that are bright and blue rich. So yes, please do not make any changes to the 2200K. Do not, if you have to make an exception or something, somehow, a limited exception for some situations. So yeah, keep the 2200K, please. Now, having said that, I want to emphasize that we really truly need a full lighting ordinance, like one like the city of Brisbane just adopted, and many other areas have adopted. Without having this full lighting ordinance, more and more neighbors will be pitted against each other because people pick out what they want, often never really understanding the impacts they cause with some of these bright lights they choose. And once these lights are bought and installed, very few will want to consider making changes, often due to the cost. And then forcing one neighbor to bring it up to another neighbor, causes friction, relationship friction on what is most often, very warm relations. So the right thing to do is have a complete, full ordinance planned and discussed. And some of these little variances, there may be easier to write in the ordinance and have minor exceptions for limited time, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now call on our last speaker, Sid Young. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you so much. I live in Moss Beach on the unincorporated San Mateo County coastside. And unfortunately, I got a phone call halfway through your presentation, Camille. So maybe I could quickly ask you, this is not just for ADUs, but all inclusive ministerial permits for both ADUs and regular construction. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. And then I did want to just comment briefly on what Lenny Roberts said. I think I 100% agree that that should happen. Maybe she could send you or send to the planning department some proposed bird friendly design improvements that you could make to your code before you send it all up the chain to the Coastal Commission, et cetera. I really think the sooner the better, not wait till the next time you go through all this again, because you did put a lot of work in, and maybe you could quickly just add a few things for bird-friendly windows, et cetera. And what Steve Terry said, 100% agree with him as well. And Dan, also with the please don't pit neighbors against neighbors. If you could get that lighting down to the 3,200, or I'm sorry, what was it, 2,200, instead of upping it because of fixtures availability, I think it would really be beneficial. There has been so much consternation on the coast side over bright lights, especially Seton Hospital that didn't get our by your leave permission to cut down a whole bunch of trees, and then they put up some really bright lights, and they're not even there. They're, they closed for business, and all they have is some bright lights hanging out at the top of the hill now, and you can see them a lot. From where I live in Seal Cove, you can see the Seton Coastside, former Seton Coastside Emergency Room and Hospital lit up like a spaceship that landed because they cut all the trees down. So they didn't get permission, though, because they didn't guess they have a different department to go through for stuff like that because they're a hospital and they go through Sacramento. Anyway, I just have one other thing to say, and it doesn't really have to apply to this, but right now I have a 25 by 100 lot for sale in Seal Cove. And when people have been calling up the planning department, they've been told it's not buildable. And I know for a fact, because I attend a lot of the Coastside Design Review meetings, that you guys approved a lot for sale for 25 by 100. I mean, a lot to build on over at Alvarado and Bernal, right in Seal Cove, and they're building it right now. So I do not understand why you call up a planning department and get an answer like that. So these haven't even gone into effect yet. I don't know how they could have possibly made a decision like that and told a prospective buyer that a 25 by 100 is not buildable when you guys are trying to increase the supply of homes for available on smaller lots are buildable nowadays. So I don't know if you could answer that, Camille, but I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be buildable when other lots in our neighborhood have sold and have been built on. I could give you lots of examples. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Chair, that is our last comment on item number 4.
Thank you. So we'll now close public comments for item 4 and begin commission discussion on this. Commissioner Nugent.
Oh, I just want to thank staff for all the work that they've done in getting community input and stakeholder input on this. I'm excited about objective standards going out, so there's a common understanding among existing residents and potential new projects and new residents on what their community is going to look like in the future. I think the big question that's being raised right now is the color temperature of exterior lighting. From my experience, 2700 is fairly common to find fixtures in, where 2200 can become a harder threshold. Granted, 3000 is within the dark sky specs and recommendations. I'm not sure. I mean, this is just to clarify, this is a recommendation to the supervisors for adoption of this ordinance. Is that what we're providing? Yes. Okay.
Yes, new ordinances are adopted finally by the Board of Supervisors after the Planning Commission has recommended them.
Okay. So from my perspective, just from what I see that has been available, I would hesitate to go all the way up to 3,000, but maybe 2,700 could be a compromise as a recommendation to the supervisors, and then perhaps staff could be directed to provide a little bit more information as to general availability of lighting fixtures so that we can find a good compromise. I mean, if 2,200 is widely available at this point, then I don't know why make the change, but I do, from what I've seen in terms of professional, 2,700 often is the cutoff.
I've heard that that's the more common cutoff
Uh-huh.
for light fixtures. And then also, as I said in my presentation, I wanted to make a distinction between like what he was saying about El Granada School having 2,200 and the streetlights having 2,200. Institutional and commercial and uses, we don't actually have any authority over street lighting, but institutional and commercial uses that have like sort of light pole based and like light bollards for path lighting for ADA, those would still stay 2,200. This is my refinement. But for single family houses, due to availability of fixtures and also due to the percentage probably of houses that would not currently conform to the lower light rating, bumping that up to 3,000 or 2,700 or what have you, having a higher level for single family houses than for institutional and commercial.
So if we were to change, if we impose this requirement, I guess I just want to get clarification. So households currently that have, say, a 3,000 color temperature would be out of code compliance and they could potentially get fined?
Well, not fined, but I think what we would do is we'd probably give them like a year to comply before we start enforcing. And then once we enforce, though, yeah, they would be considered in violation, and we would have to have the code case opened, and the code officer would have to go out and measure the lighting on anything lower than the standard set.
Okay.
Or sorry, higher than the standard set.
Okay.
So I'm looking at Amazon right now on 2,200K. I'm still scrolling, been scrolling for 10 minutes with options. I don't think there's any lack of 2,200K.
You're seeing a lot of options.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
It's like,
Oh.
Secondly, and that was one of the things I was going to ask. I mean, this has gone through a process of, so people have recommended 2,200K throughout the process.
I wouldn't say throughout.
What I don't know how it was decided.
It was added after the MCC meeting.
But it seemed like we didn't do a quick pivot here away from it. So like some were saying, maybe with Steve, if we could keep that standard and then, grant exceptions when needed. That seems to me the sensible way to do it. No.
For lighting, to put that through the process for granting exceptions.
Well, whatever the case is.
We don't want to grant too many exceptions, and we don't want too many nonconformities. I mean, just from a planning standpoint, you don't want to create a rule that where like 90% of all properties wouldn't comply, or grant a lot of exceptions to a rule that you're setting. So, the upper limit, and how I was explaining it to some of the people who are on this call, is that they're all within range of yellow, and they're all yellow. And they're all not white, and they're all dark sky. So to set the limit higher, would help a lot of properties not have to change all their lighting, and would save us code staff time.
Yeah, and if it would overall
achieve a dark sky effect on the code.
Yeah, if it would overall improve, I agree with that.
Is there, what would be the impact of setting 27 rather than 3K?
It would catch fewer violations than 22. Okay. But
Right.
in terms of, it would still be lower than 3,000. So maybe it would catch more in violation than 3,000 would. And so. That's the difference. And it's a little more yellow.
It's a little what?
More yellow.
I mean, I think a number of us went through the exercise real quick of just searching for fixtures in different color temperatures. And yeah, I can agree that you can find like all sorts of things from of different temperatures. And I mean, the value that we set as the maximum seems somewhat arbitrary. I guess it's made slightly less arbitrary by the choice of what the dark sky standard says like absolute limit is 3K. But
I mean, the more flexibility we can give to homeowners, I'd say the better, if we're trying to achieve, if it still achieves like the general effect of dark sky.
So is this throughout the unincorporated areas, or is
Yes,
this
with the planning,
separate?
the planning commission can decide that Bayside should have a higher one, since this is really an issue for the coast, while I haven't
For
heard
the
any
coast,
complaint for it
right.
on the Bayside.
Right, yeah.
Oh, just to clarify, would this exterior lighting requirement that we're talking about also include the Bayside, or is it just, or is this just coast?
Right now, the way it's written is, I think this is a misnomer, but I have it, the ADU box checked, the mid-coast checked, and the coastal areas checked. So it would be as written, applicable for all ADUs everywhere, and for mid-coast and for coast. But what I would want in my refinement, I think between now and the board, is that it could be coast only, or with your suggestion, it could be in all areas if you'd like, or to have separate standards.
Also, do you agree with the bird safe design standards and the ability to add that to the program here?
The light ordinance?
No, the bird safe.
Oh, the bird.
Birds.
You know, I was thinking it's not
design
for
stuff.
all windows, because when you have smaller windows, it may not be worth the cost of extra glazing. And it's not, I think what they're talking about is mostly the big windows where the bird can't distinguish the difference between
Right.
sky and window. So I think maybe we would set a size limit on when the glazing would be required, this bird glazing. So only on the larger windows, maybe only facing the ocean. I think I'd have to look, Google it a little bit more in terms of the bird safety kind of BMPs, the best management practices for windows.
So just from my reading, there is some restrictions on like having your entire facade be window and have reflective windows. Like we can't, it does say that you can't have like highly reflective windows or facade. Somewhere I'm just have done searches through the updates in the ordinance.
I wouldn't say there's only 2 standards related to windows.
Okay.
There's no reflective roofing and no reflective materials on buildings. But in terms of windows, there's only 2 things, and one is about roof decks and one is about windows, which is the sill height of windows, not the reflectivity of windows. I think windows are kind of a necessary evil in terms of reflectivity.
Now I'm trying to find in the actual update where it is that I've
It's
read it.
28.1.5 of standards.
So just as a planning commissioner, I don't know what the objective recommendations are for bird safe glazing. So I wouldn't be able to provide a recommendation specifically on what to do about that.
You can direct staff to formulate.
Okay.
I meant to
yeah,
a response.
And this would go to the supervisors?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not the final
right,
authority
right.
here. So.
But I just like, what could we do to like check our work?
You can direct staff to draft something and work with Committee for Green Foothills.
Okay.
On the wording.
Okay.
Okay. So do I have a motion?
Yeah, can we get the recommended motion up?
Could we have the,
So before making the motion, this is what I would like to direct staff to do is the bird safe windows. If there's any sort of objective additions that we could add that would improve our objective design standards that fit in with the requirements of them to increase our bird safe, especially along the coast, and then to provide the supervisors with options of like a pluses and minuses or some sort of like pros and cons of what particular color temperature we want, specifically on the for lighting, especially on along the coast side.
I mean, yeah, I agree with. I think perhaps it would also be helpful if you're gonna demonstrate a range of lighting. Don't only show the image down to 27. I mean, it's kind of hard to compare to the thing that's not there, which is what the current standard is.
Though in the presentation, I think there was a whole spectrum that
there was a
dealt
whole
with-
spectrum in like color, and there were pictures of different lighting fixtures, and it bottomed out at 27. But
okay, yeah, I recall that. Okay. So to add, I would like to make a motion, or are we done? I'm sorry, are we done discussing? Yeah. Okay, I didn't mean to push it but I would like to make a motion and add the bird safe objective standards presentation for supervisors to consider, as well as a comparison of the options between 3,000, 2,700, and 2,200 for the coastside portions of this ordinance, and then the rest is up here on the screen as the motion. Okay, that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors determine that the project is exempt pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act under guideline section 15061B3, the common sense exception. Adopt an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 8.256 non-coastal and Chapter 28.1 coastal of the County Ordinance Code zoning regulations, and adopting related zoning text amendments for various zoning districts for consistency with the new ordinance. 3, adopt a resolution directing staff to submit the ordinance to the Coastal Commission. And 4, adopt a resolution amending the Planning and Building Department's planning services fee schedule to revise design review related fees. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
Thank you. That was a motion by Commissioner Nugent and a second by Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Burrows?
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia?
Aye.
Commissioner Nugent?
Aye.
Chair Gupta?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Ms. Mintier, I now turn it over to you.
Yes, I want to thank the commissioners for hanging in for a really long meeting today. So in terms of correspondence and other matters, I want to note that in addition to the correspondence received on items 3 and 4, we received correspondence from Jessica Hope asking to preserve space on the coast for butterflies and other creatures. We also received correspondence from Rachel Rubin Franklin asking to protect the Monarch overwintering site in El Granada. And I believe this is in regards to the housing element rezoning. Moving on to study sessions, at the next Planning Commission meeting on February 11th, there will be a briefing by staff on the long-range planning work program for 2026-2027. That will include the status, the timeline, and the project description for our current and upcoming and future policy projects. There's also going to be at that meeting, for your consideration, a project occurring at the Olympic Club. That's a RM use and grading permit. The February 25th Planning Commission meeting will be canceled. And moving on to the director's report, I wanted to update you that at the Board of Supervisors meeting yesterday, there were 3 planning and building items on consent. So first was, all of which were approved. First was an agreement with Peninsula Open Space Trust to provide a contribution toward their purchase of an agricultural conservation easement that will permanently protect the Butano Frontfield property at 2310 Pescadero Creek Road in Pescadero. This is to satisfy the mitigation requirement for the agricultural, the conversion of prime agricultural soils that will occur with the construction of the Pescadero Fire Station. So this was a mitigation that was included in our mitigated negative declaration for that project. And this agreement and our payment of that will satisfy that requirement. There were 2 other items. One was an agreement with the city of San Carlos to continue to provide a code compliance staff to the city. And then an appropriation transfer request, which effectively adds money to our current budget year to cover cost overages we've had due to greater use of third-party contract services, plan review services for review of building permits. So coming up on February 24th for the Board of Supervisors meeting, I wanted to note that there will be 2 additional items going forward. One will be the adoption of the 2025 California Building Standards Code and Title 10 Building Regulations of the San Mateo County Ordinance Code. So this is enacting the 2025 new 2025 building standards. And you may be aware that as a result of a new state law, we are basically pausing the triennial building code updates. And so these are going to be in place until 2031. We will also be bringing forward adoption of a resolution that amends the San Mateo County Ordinance Code building regulations to incorporate local amendments submitted by Woodside Fire, Coastside Fire, Menlo Park Fire, and Redwood City Fire Departments. And then I wanted to finally note that the Seal Cove workshop has been scheduled for February 18th at 6 p.m. at the District 3 Coastside office, which is located at 2700 Capistrano Road in Half Moon Bay. This meeting will be to discuss the findings of the recently released Seal Cove geographic study. That study is now available for review on the county's Seal Cove website, which is at smcgov.org/planning/Seal Cove info. And that concludes the director's report, and we now can move on to commissioner updates. Thank you.
Sorry. Meeting is adjourned.